Hello, my loves. So I was just there, barbecue sauce on my titties, as usual. Hey, friends, I'm back. I've been out. From the hit movie Mamma Mia? Pierce Brosnan from Mamma Mia? Probably, yeah. I'm glad everybody is doing well. I'm gonna turn down the city pop just a little bit. I'm sorry, I know. You're gonna be swimming and then getting in a boat? Hell yeah, that sounds awesome. The spell works. You turn music to wait? Yeah, perfect. Add it to your grimoires. I'm doing well. Yeah, I got to see Nuba
April, how are
in
you?
real
I
life.
hope you are well. Thank you for everything this past week. You are a beautiful and magical being. Also so pretty.
Thank you. You're so pretty too. You and your wife are so sweet. It was genuinely so nice to meet you both. I got to meet them both in the real meet space, and we hung out and watched movies, and we got high, and it was just really fun. I didn't get a chance. I want to show off some of my stuff. I got some treasure from Pride, which was last weekend. Like the weekend before last even. And I didn't get to show off that stuff because I was too busy being busy. I had so much because it was really just like right from Pride into concerts into meeting my friends, and I just like had to have like a day to myself yesterday. So I didn't stream, even though I said I was gonna. I'm sorry. Yeah, you're all sweet. It was super nice to see you. Genuinely, it was awesome. Oh, I should move us over here, huh? Yeah, now they can actually see me. Over on the vertical. Sorry, vertical space. What did I get? Oh yeah, I found like a really nice pine cone. Let me show. I'll show off some of my treasure. Found a really nice pine cone. You can gaze. It was sealed up when I got it, and it opened up on my altar, which I'm choosing to take as a good omen. This is like a remarkably intact, well-preserved pine cone. And I really like that. Pine cones are a cool symbol because they are a seed that only is able to like spread its seeds if it is on fire, which is just that symbol of rebirth through flame. I really like Phoenix imagery, and it's in a pine cone. It's cool. We love pine cone. I also found the biggest nug I've ever seen in my life. It's huge. Look at that. I've got pretty small hands, but this is a big boy. We've been saving it on the altar for a rainy day. It opened because I'm hot. Yeah. You got a nug the size of a soda can? Jesus. That is a nice nug. It's a solid nug. Apparently that is an 8th by itself, which is extremely funny. I also got this. Ooh, save it. I got like these flags, and this is a fan. It's cute. But I bought from a local bookstore a mystery date with a book. I haven't opened it yet. I wanted to wait until stream to open it up and then see what we got. Oh, it's a blind date. All I had at the front were It was a queer author and a character, so it has at least one queer character and the author is queer. It is a young adult high fantasy, which speaks to me as a big dork. I'm a huge dork and I love fantasy. And then it has 3 truths and a one-liner on the front, just to give you hints about what the book might be. 1. A Malaysian and Chinese-inspired fantasy world with caste systems, an asshole demon king that focuses on female empowerment and overcoming oppression. 2. This ordinary yet special heroine, along with 8 other girls, is taken from her home to be trained to become the king's concubine. Yet the longer she's there, she finds herself in a dangerous plot and forbidden sapphic romance that puts her entire kingdom at risk. 3. Content warning. Attempted rape, sexual and physical abuse, sex trafficking, abduction and sexual slavery, forced medieval exam/inspection, non-graphic animal cruelty, violence, murder, war, execution, death, loss of loved one. One line. There is a tradition in our kingdom, one all castes of demon and human follow. Okay. I've been in. I like this. I think it sounds cool. I wanted to see what we got. So I'm gonna crack it open. It came with there's a little pocket on the front that has cute stuff. I think this is extra treasure. They gave me a reading list so I can keep track of all of the books that I read this year, which actually I'm probably gonna use. That's really cute. I got a book review page. Aw, cute. You get a little book review page paper that you can write on. I like that. That's sweet. Is this stickers, maybe? These might be stickers. Ooh, they gave me little notes to on top of a couple of stickers, which I'll show off in a second. They gave me little notepad, little sticky notes if I wanted to take notes and stuff. That's cute. They give you all the tools. It really does give you everything. That's neat. And then a couple of stickers. I got oh gosh, the light is really. But I wanted to show off the shiny on them. Holographic. I got some books. This one says, today a reader, tomorrow a leader. This one I think is just read in heart emojis. We've got dive into books. Big fan. Bookmarks are for quitters is a really good one. That's really funny. Bookmarks are for quitters. That's cute. Alright, I'm gonna dig into this. Let's see what book we got. I have no idea. I have not been keeping up with recent fiction trends, so this could be literally anything. It might even be something people know about, which would be cool. Ooh, okay. It's a James Patterson Presents, but it's called Girls of Paper and Fire by Natasha Nagan. Ooh. That new book smell. Looks like about a 400-page book. That's pretty good. In my land, we're known as paper girls. Easily torn, existing only for others to use and discard. But there's something they've all forgotten about paper. It can light the world on fire and make it burn. Hell yeah. We've got Publishers Weekly saying Nagan's plot is tense and tight, her action sequences are elegant and adrenaline-soaked, and her story's stakes increase exponentially through the pulse-pounding conclusion. What most distinguishes this book, though, is how incisively and intoxicatingly she writes about love. This was the blind book. It's called Girls of Paper and Fire. It looks good. I'm gonna dig into this one for sure. A novel you need to read. Girls of Paper and Fire is as lush and brutal as the Demon King's own court. Nagan is stunning new talent. That's Kirsten White. The previous one was Heidi Helig. One from Booklist. The glittering romance has real stakes, and the lavish, intriguingly conceptualized world will capture readers. Romance and action fans alike will find much to savor here. From Kirkus Reviews, thrust into the beauty and horror of the Hidden Palace. Will this paper girl survive? Ellen O, author of the Prophecy series, says, beautiful, lush, lyrical, with fantastic world building and an epic, forbidden romance. I devoured every word and was left desperately wanting more. Someone just told you that he wants to tie you up and slowly brush your hair? That sounds really cute. That would work on me, I gotta admit. Alright. Well, hell yeah. That looks really fun. I'm gonna dig into this. I don't know if there's anything else in the pocket. I think I got everything. Making sure. Very, very cute. I took a picture of everything for the store, so I'm gonna look up their stuff and see if I can go visit their physical location. Maybe later next week. I love support local businesses. I love supporting local businesses. One sec, I gotta throw this away. Hello, Olive. Hello. Oh, Ask, thank you so much, Bunny. Thank you for subbing. I appreciate it. Woof woof bark. I'm hoping everybody's having a good day. You have therapy in a little bit? That's cool. I wanted to talk briefly about the payment processor shit that's been happening.
6 months of friendship tax, whoop whoop.
6 months of friendship tax. Yep, friendship tax. Send me your Twitch Prime. Do I have my phone line open? I don't think I do right now. Alright, let me... go here. Okay, cool. I think we're all set. Twitch children error occurred. Oh no. I want to watch the new Essence of Thought video in a little bit, but I wanted to at least briefly touch on all of the shit. I picked a really good time to make a video about the payment processor shit that was happening with Steam, because it then immediately, like, while I was out, it happened. I've been retweeting it or reskeeting it, I guess, on Blue Sky. I've been reposting it. All of the stuff about making sure... Hello, Lord Naku. Thank you so much for following. There is the... Where was I? Boyfriend is here. Oh my gosh. Itch.io also removed a ton of adult content, at least my understanding. So there's all kinds of, like, concerted efforts to call MasterCard and Visa and like Stripe and PayPal and Venmo and all of these, and like make sure that they know our fucking opinion on this shit. So I think next stream I'm gonna do a little while of...
Yo, what up?
Oh, thank you, Junie. Thank you. Yo, what up? Next stream, I want to talk more about the subathon that I've got coming up. I'm gonna be raising money for my moving project that I am doing. I'm hopefully going to be moving to the West Coast. Well, I am going to be moving to the West Coast, and I would like to raise a little bit of money for that effort. So we're gonna do a sub event coming up. I'll talk more about it. And we'll do like ideas and brainstorming, and I want to hear from you all about stuff that you want to see. I've got some ideas that I think are really funny, but I will keep you informed. I'm very excited. I think that there's lots of cool stuff in like up ahead for us. But you know, if you want to see me succeed, go check out all of my cool videos that I've been making. I've been putting out a lot of cool stuff. We have that post about the payment processors. Wanted to open up a quick... open up my Blue Sky. I won't go around too much because I cannot browse it safely, but I don't not follow not safe for work stuff on my main account. I just don't want to get banned. What have I been replying to? What have I reposted lately? Where's the list of all of the phone lines to call? There it is. Alright, so I am going to... We should call them on stream. That's what I'm saying, is I'm not doing it right now, but I do want to do it as part of like my next stream. I just have other plans I want to get through first. So first and foremost, check out this website. There's a NeoCities page. There's other pages as well that usually come with a... There's reports of verbal abuse have seemingly increased. Okay, so don't verbally abuse them, obviously. Please don't. They are just working. Calling about the video game policy. They started blaming Steam and Itch.io. Yeah. Alright. Oh, the verbal abuse from the employees. Oh. When is Papa stream? I want to do that. I want to plan that out so we can actually like pick a day and everything that'll work for him. So let's work on that together, but not immediately. I want to like make a list of like questions to ask that I think would be really cool, maybe with your help, to pick a couple of like fun questions that would be really cool to ask him, because you might know a little bit more about just his story. You can guide me in the right direction. Yeah, don't harass people, obviously, but please do check out all of these petitions. There are ways to email. There's a cheat sheet. There's all kinds of things. There's primers they have on this website and scripts. Be back in an hour. Enjoy. Yeah. So, you know, check out this website. Check out this website. Check out other things like that. We got reporting from Vice about a group potentially. They use deceptive names as cover, but these have been like lobbying and pressuring banks potentially. I have not verified these sources. I am just showing what I have seen. Please go double check these facts as well. But from what I have been seeing everybody say, the calling and the pressuring seems to be working, at least putting the pressure on. They realize that something is wrong. And then as always, call your representatives. We should do that on stream. I should probably do a segment where we're calling in on stream for the MasterCard and for Visa and all of these processors, and then we'll also do calling our representatives and just do the whole thing, just to show you how easy it is, because it's not hard. You can do it. It's a little scary, but I promise it's not any scarier than anything else. They're not going to come after you. They might be upset, but that's okay. They deserve to be after all of this bullshit. Well, okay, the employees that are working for them don't deserve to be, but the, you know. Either way. I want to open up a video, if that's cool with everybody. I'm not gonna watch. First of all, I want to pull up a video that I'm not gonna watch, but I do want to show off. So we'll start with this. This is a video by Jasper Dasper. This is a small channel, or rather, yeah, well, they are still a small channel. Please check out this channel, subscribe to see what else they put out. He put out recently, this is a 5-hour video, just going over all of the spiraling lies and this massive network of transphobic people and all of the things that they have done together to create this story and all of the facts, quote unquote, that are underlying the DSM-5. This video is incredible. I did watch through all of it, so because I wanted to at least go through it once and verify it. I'm not going to watch it on stream unless maybe during the stream, this like the subathon, I'll watch through the whole fucking thing. He's awesome. This guy rules. He is extremely thorough. And he is extremely human and correct. We love this video. I'm literally just putting it out here. Go give it a view, give it a like if you can. The design is very human. He is awesome. It is a 5-hour video. And a lot of it is heavy because he's really just presenting the information, right? Name and channel blocked by Facecam. Down here. It is called Debunking Transphobia by Jasper Dasper. My bad. Yeah, if you want to see me watch through this whole thing, keep tuned. Let me know. We might add it to the streamathon. I already have an idea for a 72-hour live stream. It could just be on there. Now I want to actually watch a video and pull up something that I think is really fucking cool and important. I want to show off the creations of really awesome trans creators and one of my personal heroes, a person that I look up to a lot and think that their journalism is extremely hard-hitting. Please go check out Essence of Thought's channels and social medias. This is a video they put out just today. But Ethel is the one that is going to be presenting this video. And I think she's really awesome. I think a lot of her work is incredible, and I wanted to go through this video because it came out today and show off my cool friends' cool work.
Have you ever heard the assertion
Let me turn that up all the way. I need to hear all.
Have you ever heard the assertion that gender-affirming care is non-essential and therefore shouldn't be covered by national health services or insurance providers?
Right.
Where does that claim come from? How did the US government fabricate a report to justify this narrative? And what does the science actually show us? That's what we'll be tackling in today's video. But first, a quick content warning for the following: transmedia, hate speech, medical violence, and sexual violence. If our work has helped you, please consider supporting us via Patreon so that we can keep the channel running. You can also help us by liking, commenting, and sharing our work on social media. Hi there, my name's
Oh yeah, again, go check out their Patreon. They have all of their references, all of their sources, other videos they're linking. All of them are here. Go look at their Patreon. Go send them money. Please. Their work is really amazing and they deserve more support for it.
Thurston, she, her, they, them, and it's time to debunk the assertion that gender-affirming care is non-essential and therefore shouldn't be covered by national health services or insurance providers. And it's important to do so, seeing the current attacks upon gender-affirming care around the world.
I agree. I think that it's absolutely something that we need to keep calling attention to. I know that it feels annoying to have to constantly reassert this, but like, to a cis person, I don't know if cis people really get why it's essential, so I can understand kind of the confusion. It doesn't sound like something a cis person would understand. It's hard to even understand it as a trans person sometimes, but I am excited to see what she has to say about the whole topic.
This includes my country of origin, the UK, where not only have children been stripped of fully reversible and clinically safe puberty blockers, but local GPs have openly denied their patients HRT on grounds of personal beliefs. This includes trans adults who have undergone a gonadectomy, meaning their body produces practically no natural sex hormone, putting them at risk of extreme osteoporosis and muscle wastage.
That's fucking horrible. Jesus Christ. The government is not coming to save us, truly. And it's important to keep calling attention to this shit and displaying just how it's exhausting, obviously, to keep having to display how openly monstrous all this shit is. But we need to keep calling it out. I agree, UK accents are wonderful. The revolution remains untelevised, exactly. We'll just keep here. I love UK accents. I know that there's so many a lot of people will do like haha British jokes. I'm not a big fan, personally. We need to talk about emotes and stuff too, because that's something I want to get updated for the streamathon if we do it. We want to talk about emotes and stuff. So I need people's opinions on what kind of emotes and things we want. Oregano. Alright.
And one of the arguments I've heard trying to justify this denial of care is that it is non-essential, with said people often referring to it as purely cosmetic, implying that it is frivolous and thus a luxury.
That fucking sucks. That is such a disingenuous way to present it. That's so outright evil, and I'm sure we're gonna get all of the fucking reasons that that's evil. But it's like so frustrating that Ethel needs to put this like brain power and energy into something that we should just be able to say, that's fucking evil. Don't do that. More child die, bad. Believe it or not, actually, I am anti-child death. I think less children dying is more good. Controversial trans woman opinion on the internet. Less blown up children in Gaza. Less dead trans children, period. Let's just, yeah. Cancel me, I guess. People expect the revolution will be televised, or will not be televised. I mean, the media won't cover this, but what it really means, the revolution takes place in the hearts and minds of the people and will be much faster than one can expect. I think both interpretations are important. You stand the accent, but not the systemic colonial disregard for other languages. Yeah, sure. Magic the Gathering mentioned the Palestinian genocide? Where? Or are you talking about Marjorie Taylor Greene?
This is often accompanied by demands to know why their taxpayer money should go towards medical services for transgender people, an argument I hear especially frequently when defending trans prisoners.
That's so sickening to me because people in prison do deserve healthcare. Criminals deserve healthcare. Everybody deserves healthcare. I don't care what crimes you committed. I don't think anyone should die of a preventable disease. Hello. Yeah, that's crazy. I guess she probably means it in like a weird anti-Jewish way, you know what I mean? Marjorie Taylor Greene cannot say something based on purpose. Thank you for following! Hello.
This is an argument that has existed in the general discourse since at least 2013.
Also, your tax money is not going to fund whatever, like breast implants or whatever. Shut up. That's not real. That's not what happens. You pay money into the government so that the government can use your money or can use like everybody's pooled money for government resources for everybody. You should pay into the government so that everybody gets everything they need. Not, oh my god. We don't get to pick and choose who deserves what. Everybody gets whatever they need. Yeah, absolutely. I want my tax money to fund breast implants. That's what I'm saying. Fund yours directly. Sending you $4 million. Healthcare should be free does include cosmetic stuff. Right, I agree. But, again, trans healthcare, even though it's like cosmetic, it's not cosmetic, right? It's the derisive way of saying cosmetic in that way.
When proposed changes to Medicare and Medicaid in the US were mocked as, quote, Obamacare funding free cosmetic sex changes, end quote, clearly trivializing said medical need.
Yeah, that's just so fucking sickening and disgusting. Just a horrible way to talk about medical care that is necessary for these people.
And I bring up US history since, sadly, a lot of the discussion today is defined by the US, with said nation being a cultural cornerstone for many topics.
Yeah, it's exhausting, probably. I can't imagine it's gotta be easy to keep up with the US as a non-US person, because I just gotta, like, turn on the news and I'm getting, like, a constant blast. But, like, y'all all have to pay attention to the bullshit that we are doing in the government and be like, oh god, how is this gonna affect our GDP? Oh, fuck. This global superpower is, like, literally stabbing itself in the face and we don't know how to stop. We don't know how to stop it. I loathe this reality. I don't. I mean, okay. So, a lot of the things that are happening are horrible and evil, and I wish they were not happening, right? But I do love a lot of the things about this reality, in that I get to exist in it at the same time as all of the friends that I have, who I am very lucky to have. There is still a lot of joy and kindness in this world, and that's part of what my upcoming video is going to be on. My working title is just "The News is Exhausting," which I hope kind of sums up everything. Thanks to everybody who's taken a look at that script, by the way, and given me feedback. And I think that y'all are amazing. Thank you all for being so kind to me and being patient with me as I work through my creative process. I also have another video idea that I've been writing on, and I feel like I finally found a way to present all of the Jurassic Park movies the ways that I want to, which is, of course, to rank them by how fuckable the Velociraptors are. Which I think I am uniquely qualified to talk about. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like Jurassic Park movies rated based entirely on how fuckable the Velociraptors are. Because they make them pretty fuckable. I think that 3 is the highest on the list. I think the Velociraptors in Jurassic Park 3 are uniquely fuckable. Don't clip that. Don't do it. Alright. More. We are in the weeds. Jesus.
Including the medical needs of trans people. Fact is, if you go back to the 1970s and earlier, whilst there was no federal standard, state funds were being used to help trans people medically transition in the US on a case-by-case basis. This is something that surprises a lot of people, since we tend to have this very forward-looking, march of progress view of human rights, where things were the worst they've ever been in the distant past, and have slowly gotten better with time.
I agree with this outlook. I think this actually also has to do this is something that affects a lot of things, not just progress in like social topics, which it absolutely does, and she makes a great point here. But it also affects how people view like technology. That like the technology that we have now is the best that has ever been invented. Or that the way that the government or the laws or whatever are put together, or a system is put together because it's the most efficient way or it's the best way, and we would have like figured it out by now, as if not but not taking into account that it's actually put together a certain way because it's the one that made the most money, right? Don't. God, you fucking clipped it, didn't you? Jurassic Park 3 are uniquely fuckable. Don't clip that. That's good. That's a good clip. Velociraptors in Jurassic Park 3 are uniquely fuckable. The truth. Thank God. What a good clip. Yeah. But hello. Yeah, it's just that the idea that like progress is not always linear. A lot of the time things will get to a certain point and then we'll take backtracks, and obviously the idea is that there's a general trend of it's better, but a lot of the time, like I like to point for the technology example specifically. I think I remember you. Hello. The like Betamax tapes versus VCR like tapes. Like VCR was cheaper to produce and had better marketing, so it was able to take off as the format that was used. But Betamax is arguably a better technology for the same thing. It just was less easily produced, and it didn't have as much support behind it in advertising. I think that there is a usual trend of success, but a lot of the time people assume that the way that things are is the best way for some reason, even though it's usually the best for a specific reason, which is to either exploit people or produce value without, you know, it's just looking critically at a system or something that exists and saying it doesn't exist this way necessarily because it's the best way, and maybe we could still improve it, even if it's hard to do that or conceptualize a world where that thing is improved.
Except things are rarely that simple. When trans people began getting recognition on the global stage, they weren't viewed as inhuman monsters but scientific wonders, a
Nice.
miracle of the
Go
modern
have fun.
age, as seen in
Why are
early
you here?
coverage of
Go have
Zenek
fun.
Kobek, a trans man, and Christine Jorgensen, a trans woman. Sadly, it wasn't long before the gender-critical narratives we've all come to know were invented, forged in the fires of bigotry and intolerance. Enter Janice Raymond, who can be considered the mother of gender-critical fascism. Raymond published her magnum opus of hate, The Transsexual Empire, The Making of the
W2
She
Nilo,
Male,
you're a
in
sweetheart.
1979. This book would set much of the discourse we see gender-critical fascists regurgitating today, with Raymond hand-waving trans men as little more than a distraction, in asserting that, quote, "The female to constructed male transsexual is the token that saves face for the male transsexual empire.
Ugh.
She is the buffer zone who can be used to promote the universalist argument that transsexualism is a supposed human problem, not uniquely restricted to men. She is a living proof that some women supposedly want the same thing."
Oh. It's just sickening the way they write about these people. Well, it's so obvious that they think that women are so much worse and more stupid than men because uh all in the like the way that they're looking at it is like trans men are just poor innocent stupid little women who got tricked and by the horrible predatory trans women who are just men who are perverts. It's a ridiculous narrative as soon as you begin to start deconstructing it even a little bit.
However, proof wanes when it is observed that women were not the original,
It's just so
nor are they
gross the way they
present
write
agents
about
of
it.
the process, nor are the stereotypes of masculinity that female to constructed male transsexual incarnates products of a female-directed culture.
It's so fucked up to talk about trans men this way because every trans man I've ever met is just a fucking guy. He's just a dude. Just some guy. Like, that's my uncle. I don't care. That's just a guy. Why are you being weird about it?
Rather, women have been assimilated into the transsexual world, as women are assimilated into other male-defined worlds, institutions, and roles, that is, on men's terms, and thus as tokens." End quote. Presenting trans men as assimilated victims, exploited by trans women to shield against criticism.
It's just ridiculous. It's so gross. It's such a stupid way to. Ugh. There's some guy named David or a supernatural being, and both are cool as fuck. Yeah, absolutely. We love trans dudes. They're awesome. I have an article about trans misogyny and how it affects trans men that I want to read through at some point. It's fairly long, but I think it's probably worth going through. Maybe for a different time than right now. Some fucking guy on YouTube is trying to get a rise out of me. I guess, like, whatever, dude. Your name is ridiculous. Go away. I don't give a shit. You sound and look stupid. Go to jail forever. I'm too lazy to go on YouTube and ban you. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, like as if men, because the idea that like a man that was once a woman could never match the true power of a testosterone-induced natural male. Disgusting. I'm gonna these are the same people that probably would be like, I could beat any woman at anything, and like, no, dude, you could not. You're fucking stupid. You're a moron. I'm gonna go refill my bong water. Enjoy a few seconds of dead air. I'm back. All right, Ethel, I need more of you.
As for trans women, Raymond had a lot to say, including the following. Quote, all transsexuals rape women's bodies by the Jew.
Did you like it? No, it didn't. I mean, it was a similar vibe to the one that I do for Armstrong. He's incredible. Alex Louise Armstrong. Witness the Armstrong alchemy passed down through the Armstrong family for generations. Something like that, I think. I love you too. Armstrong would be a trans ally. Absolutely. Creation and destruction, both sides of the same coin. I think, do you think that using alchemy to convert your gender counts as human transmutation? It probably does. But he was an ally to Edward Elric. My personal favorite reading of the show is that Edward is trans. Edward's a trans man. I love him. He's my favorite little Redditor. Ooh, that's true. They're not they aren't touching the human soul because they can use alchemy to heal people, right? There's medical alchemy. So if you just consider the body as like parts and not touch the soul, maybe that can be done and that's allowed. Because you're not touching the soul. The soul is already the gender that you are, so they don't have to touch the soul to match the body. Fanfic idea, somebody get on it. Yeah. I wouldn't care if it counted as human transmutation anyways, for sure. Yeah, it would totally be medical alchemy. That makes sense. Alright, let's listen to more of this is a way more fun discussion than what Ethel has brought us here today, but I do think it's important to listen to it. Yeah, literally, like... Pray at the altar of femininity.
Female form to an artifact, appropriating this body for themselves. However, the transsexually constructed lesbian feminist violates women's sexuality and spirit as well. Rape, although it is usually done by force, can also be accomplished by deception. It is significant that in the case
it's such a sickeningly evil way to write about this. It is so clear that this person has so much hate for trans people in general. It's disgusting. Like, to equivalate those two things. Ugh.
of the transsexually constructed lesbian feminist. Often he is able to gain entrance and a dominant position in women's spaces because the women involved do not know he is a transsexual and he just does not happen to mention it. The question of deception.
Oh, it just doesn't happen to mention it. Yeah, I don't talk about being trans at all. It's actually just a big secret. I love when they make up a person in their head to get mad at and then write a fucking essay about them. It's insane.
Must also be raised in the context of how transsexuals...
Yeah, surprise everybody! I'm trans. Oh no! Sorry, I didn't mean to deceive you.
Surgery in the first place, since all transsexuals have to pass as
you were masturbated
in order to qualify for surgery.
/SRS.
So-called lesbian feminist transsexuals either had to lie to the therapist and doctors, or they had a conversion experience after surgery. I am highly dubious of such conversions, and the other alternative, deception, raises serious problems, of course. Deception reaches a tragic point for all concerned if transsexuals become lesbian feminists because they regret what they have done and cannot back off on the effects of irreversible surgery.
Bro, nobody is getting an irreversible surgery by accident. If you made it that far and you realize you made a fucking mistake, I'm so sorry for you, but you needed way more therapy and you probably still do. Like, nobody gets that far by accident. You don't just wake up and you have a pussy one day. Like, fucking insane sentence. Yeah, the framing implies it's morally wrong to not start all conversations with, by the way, I'm trans. Yeah. It's ridiculous. It's not something that it's like, if I need to announce every conversation with I'm trans, then you need to start every conversation with I'm cis. And then we need to, like, describe our genitals to each other. Like, is that what we want? Is that what you fucking want? That's weird, dude. Describe your genitals to me in great detail so that I may write it down in my little book and then publish a paper on you. In world's most cursed pronoun circle. Transitioning saved your life. That is absolutely the point too, right? Is that you're like transition and like the medical health care that you get to transition, including HRT, is life-saving healthcare. It saves people's lives. It makes it so that people that would be dead are now not dying, and it therefore means that is a preventable death from an illness or a disorder, right? I feel like it maybe is even more important, because otherwise we're just letting them die. I don't understand. I genuinely don't understand. And that has to be, like, the point, right? Is that when they say they want trans people eliminated from public life, that means they want to make sure that they're all dead and that they never come back. They're going to make sure that we are all too scared to come out as trans so that there aren't any trans people, and then all of the ones that are out are going to get killed. That's what they want, and they just won't say it because it doesn't sound good. I don't understand. It's like, I don't understand the thought process that gets you there. You have to start from the perspective that being trans is wrong, right? And it's something that needs to be solved or fixed. Like, it's a mental disorder. And it's better, it's cis supremacy, right? It's cis supremacy to say that it's better to be cis. And therefore being trans is a deviation from the norm and needs to be fixed. That's transphobic. It's transphobic rhetoric at the very least. Apparently some people just think that mental health doesn't matter, and having transition tied deeply with said mental health makes it somehow less important. Yeah. Yeah, if we just beat the children more, they won't come out as trans as much. It'll be way better. Because then I won't have to be embarrassed that my kid is trans. And I won't have to, like, think about a gross thing I don't want to think about. It's so fucked up that so much of anti-trans discourse is just, they're icky and I don't like thinking about them. But if they're real, I gotta think about them more, and I don't like that. They won't be turned. Yeah, like we're fucking zombies. I'm gonna fucking... when I bite you, you're gonna turn trans. It's actually the venom that I excrete from my incisors. My fucking fangs. I shoot HRT into your veins. Casting my witch's spell to trans babies in the womb. You're trans now, sorry. Did that work on anybody? I'm doing God's work. Yag. You were already trans, maybe? Oh, jeez. Wow. Are you, like, more trans now? Yeah. Just upgraded you from level 4 to level 5 trans. You've unlocked a new spell slot. Who taught you these words? The People's Joker. I want Sam Reich to do a an Everybody Loves David style show like Vera Drew did with yeah, David Liebed Hibbs. I forget his last name, sorry. I want Sam Reich to do that with Neil Breen, where he just gives Neil Breen an unlimited budget and a creative team and lets him do whatever the fuck he wants. Or not an unlimited budget, but like here you get a budget and a creative team, make whatever the fuck you want. Like I want to see Neil Breen directing the Dropout cast to make the most insane movie I've ever seen in my entire fucking life. Yeah, the man who stole Pokemon cards. That's really good. That's really fucking funny. There he is. He's in the corner. The world has been so fucking crazy that Critical has been talking about politics. I feel like I'm going crazy.
For example,
It's not like he's never it's not like he's never not been political or never talked about politics. It's just that like he's just making a whole video about like how the president is clearly a pedophile, and like that's just politics now, I guess. Awesome.
Thus they revert to masculinity, but not male body appearance, by becoming the man within the woman, and more, within the women's communities, getting back their maleness in the most insidious way, by seducing the spirits and the sexuality of women who do not relate to men. Because transsexuals have...
They're like, oh yeah, trans people are evil, because if you're a trans lesbian, then you sneak in and trick a real lesbian into wanting to yeah, as if you fucking think lesbians are cool. Fuck off, dude. Have you ever met a lesbian? If you've ever met a cis... I feel like cis lesbians fuck with trans women almost all the time. Like I feel like you'll get the gross ones sometimes that'll be turfy, but almost all the time, like even if like a cis lesbian is like, sorry, I don't like fuck with people that have penises. That's okay. I don't care. Like, why does it matter? Lesbians understand gender as a social construct, absolutely. I think most lesbians have already had to like face that in like rejecting their quote unquote natural feminine role, right? Yeah, absolutely. You made your wife a lesbian, forced it. She seems really cool. I mean, not for nothing, but she kind of seems like a lesbian. She's really awesome. Yeah, I think that it goes to show like if Critical is talking about like big politics shit like that, then like that's how widespread it is. It's how far it is into the zeitgeist that like gamers are talking about it. Switching her into attack mode. I love gay women. I love gay women. I love you. You are awesome.
Lost their physical members does not mean they have lost their ability to penetrate women's
What?
mind, women's
That's so fucking gross. I'm sorry, this has been on screen, but like lost just because they chopped their dicks off doesn't mean they can't penetrate women still. Like, stop. It's not about that, dude. That's gross and weird. You're thinking about it that way. It's not about that. Evil trans. I want. I think that I want to make a guerrilla filmmaking project and name it something like Evil Trans Movie or like Evil Insane Trans Movie or something like that. Underground trans mafia into an artist collective that produces it. I'm into it. I just want it to be like it just like fucked up insane transgender movie and like it's just a movie about being trans in America right now and how fucked up and awful it is. Just some fucked up guerrilla filmmaking project about smoking way too much weed and fucking a dog girl, probably. Gotta work that in there. The furries have got to make an appearance at least once. It's just legally blonde.
space, women's sexuality. Transsexuals merely cut off the most obvious means of invading women so that they seem non-invasive. However, as Mary Daly has remarked, in the case of the transsexually constructed lesbian feminist, their whole presence becomes a member, invading women's presence.
Stop.
And
This lady,
dividing us
stop
once
talking
more
about penises
from
for
each
5
other.
fucking
End
seconds.
quote.
Like,
Presenting
challenge
trans women
impossible.
as an existential threat, an invader of womanhood,
Yeah.
lying to their doctors in order to trick them into giving out gender-affirming surgeries before going on to rape cis lesbians.
Insane.
We recently put out a video on the updated variant of this myth, surrounding the cotton ceiling and apparent trans femme/cis lesbian antagonism, proving how, in spite of what the bigots assert, the overwhelming majority of cis lesbians, between 84 and 94% depending on their generation, openly support their trans sisters.
That's what I was just saying. Ethel's putting numbers where my mouth is, but like I feel like cis lesbians fuck with trans women just in general. Their whole aura becomes a penis. Yeah. Yeah, just turn your whole body into a dick that fucks social situations, I guess. I mean, I'm kind of like that, except I just accidentally talk about childhood trauma when I thought I was telling a nice story. And that fucks up a social situation. Is that me exerting my maleness? Is that my male privilege? Is that me turning my entire aura into a penis that fucks a social situation? Trauma dumping? Mods. Send her to hell. Mods, activate her electrical collar. And zap her live on stream. Mods, stick a stun gun in her pee-pee. Please take this to hashtag vent. This is my stream. I can hashtag vent if I want to.
On a video about trans people engaging in supposed rape by deception, but I wanted to get this one done first. That video will be added to the Debunking Gender Critical Fascism playlist once it's finished.
God, she's so fucking cool. God, she's so fucking cool. She has a whole playlist of it. Can you understand how fucking cool this person is to me? I'm so bad at, like, putting my thoughts together and staying relevant and cutting in my journalism. And this bitch puts out so many things that are so incredible. Please go watch Essence of Thoughts videos. Every one of them is good background for, like, again, I love her voice, and she can deliver endless information to me. I'm gonna put it in the tags.
What should be done about trans people? She very openly declared that, quote, I contend that the problem of transsexualism would be best served by morally mandating it out of existence. Does a moral mandate,
yeah, just to hit the
however,
children,
necessitate that transsexualism must be legally mandated out of existence? What is the relationship between law and morality in the realm of transsexualism? While there are many who feel that morality must be built into law, I believe that the elimination of transsexualism is not best achieved by legislation prohibiting transsexual treatment and surgery, but rather by legislation that limits it, and by other legislation that lessens the support given to sex role stereotyping, which generated the problem to begin with.
Well, that sounds like a pretty familiar fucking playbook, doesn't it, huh? That's fucking crazy. Just, like, written right there. Just bigotry on the paper.
End quote. I wonder what she could mean by legislation that limits it. Sadly, we didn't have to wait long to find out, as explained by trans historian Kristen Williams.
Hey, Maxie.
Williams' work caught the attention of someone at the National Center for Healthcare Technology, or NCHT, a government-funded body in the US that was looking to cut costs from Medicare and Medicaid by reducing the number of medications and procedures that could be claimed as essential. And one of the things it was looking to cut was gender-affirming care for trans people.
And they were really fucking sneaky about this too. They originally had it in there as gender-affirming care for trans minors, and then it got changed, like, in a small edit, to just be all trans people. could not get gender affirming care through Medicaid, which freaked a ton of people out. Then it's gone back and forth and being in there and not in there, and I genuinely have lost track of it. I've been trying to keep my head out of the news because I needed a couple days to like rest and recover before I got my head screwed on the right way. This is like the closest I've gotten to reading the news in a couple of days. It got taken out of the bill before it passed. Awesome. Yeah, okay. Whatever small victories we can get.
People. They just needed to present a case to show that said care was controversial, experimental, and expensive. That is why the
It's none of those
NCHT
things.
approached
It's
Raymond.
not. Trans healthcare is not experimental. Just all of the fucking research for it got annihilated by the Nazis. Not experimental. You just think that vaccines cause autism and you're fucking stupid.
Who is not a clinician, to commission a report about the social ethicality of said care, which was published in 1980 and contained no research whatsoever, merely being a rehash of her non-peer-reviewed book. This report was then referenced directly by the Office of Health Technology Assessment in a 1981 review, being one of two citations invoked in order to prove that trans care was controversial. The other citation on that specific claim, why, a book review of Janice Raymond's 1979 book, The Transsexual Empire, The Making of the She-Male.
Oh my fucking god. Not even the book, a review of the book? Awesome. Cool. Love that.
So the only proof
Disgusting.
that said care was controversial was the opinion of a single anti-trans bigot who was sought out because she was a known anti-trans bigot who openly believed that all trans women were sadistic rapists. Sadly, the corrupt assessment was a success, leading gender-affirming care to be classed as non-essential and therefore not covered under either Medicare or Medicaid. Yet things only got worse since private insurers could and did invoke the government's ruling to argue that they shouldn't be forced to cover it under essential care,
She'd be streaming,
setting
she
said
do.
standard as the norm for the US, which was then adopted by other countries around the world. What really stuck out to me as I returned to this topic in 2025 was just how familiar this entire thing was.
How you doing, Clue?
We have covered the Cass review extensively on this channel, showing how its author, Dr. Hilary Cass, lied about pre-existing research and indeed even her own methodology.
Yeah, the cast review is a huge shit show, and the Trump review, the fucking one that the State Department put out, is an even bigger pile of steaming dog shit. Obviously, I don't need to, like, go into that because people like Ethel have done way better deconstructions of it than I can. I do, again, implore you, if you do not know about this stuff, to go and look into it through Ethel's work, because she does really good content and coverage of these things. Read through them yourselves. But, yeah, it didn't even have an author. Cowards. Complete cowards.
We also provided evidence that Cass had a known anti-trans bias going in, pushing gender-critical propaganda onto her colleagues, and that the then Tory government boasted that it had deliberately stacked health institutions with anti-trans bigots because it knew the Cass review couldn't stand actual scrutiny. It's hard not to see the similarities between what's happening in the UK right now and what was done in the US during the 80s. Governments have always sought out biased researchers.
It's always been said, like, I think that it's been really loud in the UK lately, obviously, with all of the anti-trans bigotry, but it's been on the rise for a long time, and the UK has been following the US's blueprint. I mean, we've obviously got, we've gone through a lot of the same things, and it's important to point at, look at this thing that happened, and this is history repeating itself. This is something I talked about actually in the essay that I'm going to be releasing sometime soon. So please go check that out in a couple of days, hopefully, once I'm done like filming and editing and everything, and adding all my sources and shit. But yeah, you know.
To help them manufacture consent when it comes to stripping trans people of essential care.
Yeah.
Speaking of essential care, that just leads us to discuss what the science actually shows.
Whoosh.
Note that a lot of the studies I'm about to share focus on gender-affirming care for trans youth, since, in my experience, this is the most controversial form of gender-affirming care. I have never met someone who thought gender-affirming care was essential for trans youth that didn't also feel the same regarding said care for adults. I'd also just like to note that these first few studies were lined up by Rebecca Watson or Skeptic in her 2023 video debunking Sabine Hossenfelder's anti-trans pseudoscience. The first study we're going to take a look at, titled Association of Gender-Affirming Hormone Therapy with Depression, Thoughts of Suicide and Attempted Suicide Among Transgender and Non-Binary Youth, was published in the Journal of Adolescent Health in April of 2022 and found that the, quote, use of gender-affirming hormone therapy was associated with lower odds of recent depression and seriously considering suicide compared to those who wanted gender-affirming hormone therapy but did not receive it. For youth under age 18, gender-affirming hormone therapy was associated with lower odds of recent depression and of a past year suicide attempt. End quote.
I think it's genuinely fascinating how much of the current attitude around trans people in the UK and a lot of the propaganda that's being spread right now in general about trans people can be traced back to J.K. Rowling, which is part of why I think it's really important to not support Harry Potter, any of that franchise bullshit, because the money that she gets from it, she spends trying to make trans people illegal in the UK and supporting people that are also trying to do that both in the UK and the US and in other places in the world. She is like one of the important money vendors for this fucking anti-trans hate mob. And I mean, obviously, again, Ethel has covered this shit before on her channel. Please go check out Essence of Thought. All of the coverage that she does is incredible and very cutting. I make sure to she helps me stay informed about stuff, especially about stuff that does not directly affect me because I'm not in the UK, but it's stuff that I want to know about so that I can make sure that I know how people are doing all around the world, because I don't just care about me. I want everybody to be okay. I want us all to come out of this somehow happier and better, but if things keep going like this, that's why we got to keep talking about it. Keep making sure people know that it's not okay to be this way. It's not okay to treat people this way, and that the things that they spread in this propaganda is wrong. All lies.
Another study, Mental Health Outcomes in Transgender and Non-Binary Youth Receiving Gender-Affirming Care, which was published in the Journal of the American Medical Association Open Network in February of 2022, found that, quote, in 104 trans and non-binary youths aged 13 to 20 years, receipt of gender-affirming care, including puberty blockers and gender-affirming hormones, was associated with 60% lower odds of moderate or severe depression and 73% lower odds of suicidality over a 12-month follow-up. End quote. We also have pubertal suppression for transgender youth and risk of suicidal ideation, which was published in Pediatrics in February of 2020 and found that, quote, a significant inverse association, as one increases the other decreases, between treatment with pubertal suppression during adolescence and lifetime suicidal ideation among transgender adults who ever wanted this treatment. These results align with past literature, suggesting that pubertal suppression for transgender adolescents who want this treatment is associated with favorable mental health outcomes. End quote.
Who could have fucking thought?
The last study Rebecca brought up was psychological profile of the first sample of transgender youth presenting for medical intervention in a US pediatric gender center, published in 2017 in the American Psychological Association's Psychology of Sexual Orientation and Gender Diversity, which found that, quote, older trans and non-binary youth seeking medical intervention experience poor self-competence, higher levels of anxiety, and decreased happiness and satisfaction than the younger patients. The results provide further evidence of the resiliency of a significant number of transgender youth, as well as the severity of mental health concerns for others. New to the existing literature are the results showing older transgender teenagers as more distressed, supporting the clinical recommendation to consider earlier medical intervention for appropriate youth, and to always incorporate mental health support and assessment.
I feel like there is such an air of distrust in just our medical establishment. It's kind of led to this rise of snake oil salesmen that feel, and then people that just feel like they know better than doctors. You see the whole anti-vax crowd, but they're the same people that are like buying supplements and essential oils and shit, and saying you don't have to go to the doctor, you just gotta pray and take these fucking aloe pills, and then you're gonna be fine. They're suckers that are just trying to find a way to feel better. Unfortunately, there's always going to be these shit peddlers that are putting out the slop for them to eat up. And like you get so many people trying to say that even helping trans kids out of this situation is like akin to pedophilia, and that's fucking ridiculous. These people are suffering. These kids are suffering, and they don't have any agency or a way out of the situation, and you're just gonna fucking make them go through something that like really fucks with your brain. I don't remember a lot about puberty, but it was sure not fucking fun. I'll tell you that much.
End quote. Again, thanks to Rebecca for lining those up so neatly. Adding to our studies, we also have psychological functioning in transgender adolescents before and after gender affirmative care compared with cisgender general population peers, which was published in the Journal of Adolescent Health in April of 2020 and found that, quote, transgender adolescents receiving puberty suppression had fewer emotional and behavioral problems than the group that had just been referred to transgender care and had similar or fewer problems than their same age cisgender peers on the youth self-report domains. End quote. Next, we have psychological support, puberty suppression, and psychological functioning in adolescents with gender dysphoria, published in November of 2015 in the Journal of Sexual Medicine, which found that, quote, at baseline, gender dysphoric adolescents showed poor functioning. Gender dysphoric adolescents' global functioning improved significantly after 6 months of psychological support. Moreover, gender dysphoric adolescents who also received puberty suppression had significantly better psychological functioning after 12 months of puberty blockers compared with when they had received only psychological support. End quote. I like this one as not only does it have a control, but it has a comparison group who had not yet begun puberty blockers and were only receiving psychological support, providing us evidence that puberty blockers offer a specific benefit, not just receiving general care.
A lot of the resources, and this was in the debunking transphobia video that I showed off earlier. But one of the things that is brought up is that a lot of the evidence for to take away puberty blockers is based on the idea that like we should make them wait to take puberty blockers because they might, I don't know, might hurt them or something. But there's just so much evidence that puberty blockers in general are safe and that any risks that they have can be mitigated. It just, and especially since cis kids are still getting puberty blockers for precocious puberty through all of this, and there's no like, it just, you just don't want trans people to have them is the only thing, because they're so scared that like a cis person might manage to go through and fall through all of the cracks that they are willing to take away trans health care for the people that would actually benefit from it and whose lives it would actually save, because they don't actually care about trans people, they care about cis people. And even on top of that, there might even be just general fear that transness in general kind of throws into whack. It's like, hey, if you're questioning the gender box you were supposed to be put in, why, that's not fair. I don't question the gender box I'm supposed to be, I got told I was supposed to be in, and that makes me mad. And I'm not going to process that. I'm just going to take it out on you. It makes me mad that you are rebelling against the system. Just important maybe to think about those things. It's like, why are you so upset that I don't want to be a man? Like, what makes you so mad about it? Most of the time, the opposition of this whole idea lacks care for evidence and will not be swayed by explanation. The point I've seen is control. Yeah. It's control over what people can do. If they can tell you what a trans person can do with their body, why can they not tell a woman what they can do with their body, right? Why can't they tell anybody what they can do with their body? Then they don't want you to have bodily autonomy. They want you to do exactly what they want. And then they want to discard you like a robot when your parts start failing and you need to go to the medical system, and then, oh, sorry, you're on the line for all that. I'm not gonna pay for your medical bills for the injuries you sustained for working for my company. Yeah, that's the insurance's job. That's a different industry, not my fault.
I think the last study I'll give relating to gender-affirming care for trans youth specifically is one that tackles surgery in young adults who had previously been on blockers, titled Young Adult Psychological Outcome After Puberty Suppression and Gender Reassignment, published in Pediatrics in October of 2014.
Yeah, I agree.
Which found that, quote, after gender reassignment, in young adulthood, the gender dysphoria was alleviated and psychological functioning has steadily improved. Well-being was...
It makes me so frustrated that you can just literally look and see trans people living happily as normal fucking weird people, and then you're like, oh, that's actually bad because they're not cis. And so you don't even think about that might be some cis supremacy.
Similar to or better than same-age young adults from the general population. Improvements in psychological functioning were positively correlated with post-surgical subjective well-being, end quote, which led the authors to write in its conclusion,
what's up, moron? Thanks for stopping in and engaging in my chat and giving me interaction. If you really have an opinion, you should call the fucking phone number, or else I'm afraid you look like kind of a coward.
That, quote, a clinical protocol of multidisciplinary team with mental health professionals, physicians, and surgeons, including puberty suppression, followed by cross-sex hormones and gender reassignment surgery, provides gender dysphoric youth who seek gender reassignment from early puberty on.
Yeah, sorry, every once in a while somebody scrolling through their YouTube shorts gets recommended me because they haven't figured out they're trans yet, and they get really angry in my chat, and I just have to tell them they look like a moron. Try estrogen, idiot. You might like it.
Into well functioning adults. End quote. I'd hope that we'd all agree that empowering trans people to develop into well-functioning young adults is the standard we should be aiming for. Moving on from studies focusing on trans youth, we have gender-affirming surgery improves mental health outcomes and decreases antidepressant use in patients with gender dysphoria, which was published in February of 2024 in Plastic Reconstructive Surgery, and found that, quote, a total of 3,134 patients with gender dysphoria were included in each cohort. Patients in the surgery group had overall lower rates of mental health conditions, substance misuse, and antidepressant use. There was an absolute decrease of 8.8% in antidepressant prescription after gender-affirming plastic surgery, and significant decreases were found in post-operative depression.
That's
anxiety.
like a really significant decrease. Just from... Literally just from doing the surgery, that's an 8% drop? That's fucking crazy.
Suicidal ideation and attempts, alcohol misuse, and drug misuse. End quote. Then we have association between gender-affirming surgeries and mental health outcomes, which was published in April of 2021 in the Journal of the American Medical Association Surgery, and found that, quote, transgender people... Again,
a lot of the statistics that are cited for like desistance rate and stuff like that is all fucking lies and fake. Truthfully, the regret rate for gender affirming care is like less than 1%, when I think the average regret rate for a surgery, like a kidney surgery or something that saves your life, is 15%. So it's so low. Nobody that's getting gender like genuinely would be considered a rounding error in any other situation, but we're gonna like throw the entire cart out with the horse here because like there's a chance that somebody might regret getting a gender affirming surgery. Not to mention that most of the, again, I'll bring it up, but most of the things that they cite for gender affirming care done on minors is cases of cis boys with gynecomastia getting their breasts removed under the age of 18. Famously, transphobia wizard tattoos have a significantly higher regret rate. Yeah, absolutely. People regret Harry Potter tattoos at a higher regret rate than people regret trans affirming care. Gynecomastia sounds cool. Hell yeah. Hey, bunny. Welcome back. How are you, Amity? You're back at your mom's place. That's nice.
History of gender-affirming surgery had significantly lower odds of past-month psychological distress, past-year tobacco smoking, and past-year suicidal ideation compared with transgender people with no history of gender-affirming surgery. End quote. And I could continue, especially after finding a 2018 meta-analysis by Cornell University, which compiled over 55 studies.
Well, yeah, but they don't really care. They just want to control what people can do with their bodies. They're using cis kids as like a block to move the weights of people's like morals, but they do not actually give a shit about it. Yeah, if folks made those same comments about heart surgery, they would sound fucking crazy. You weren't born with that heart. That's not natural. That's a Frankenheart. Oh, you met a teacher from before you were a girl? How'd that interaction go? I hope it was positive.
"51 of which showed a significant improvement in well-being of trans people who had medically transitioned, and only 4 of which showed conflicting or null results. So if you still want more evidence, there's a good place to start. This forms quite the consensus, demonstrating
I
that
love her little avatar's smile. It's so cute. It really is. I love it. It just looks so positive and happy. I love her eyes.
to start. This forms quite the consensus, demonstrating that trans people who receive support in being allowed to medically transition show significantly better health than their peers who didn't, bringing them up to and sometimes even surpassing the baseline set by their cisgender peers.
I mean,
That is a massive improvement.
That sounds really
in quality
fucking good.
of life. One trans people have as much right to as any cisgender individual,
Yeah.
marking said care as essential. Though, what do you think? Have you come across this claim, and if so, where? What do you think
I've definitely
are the
seen it.
similarities between Raymond and Hilary Cass? Are you a trans person who has transitioned?
Yes, I
Would you
am.
mind sharing the way it's impacted your life? Do you know of any other anti-trans myths you'd like to?
I'll share how it's impacted my life. Being trans is something that's exceptionally frustrating, but is also genuinely the most important thing I've ever done for myself. It is me taking control of something that I've always had in the back of my head and actually finally looking in the mirror and seeing a person I'm happy with. It has made a life that I truly thought I wanted to throw away become worth living. And that is even with all of the frustrations, difficulties, and hardships that I am facing, will continue to face, and have faced already. All of those things happening to me, I would do exactly the same thing again. I would just do it fucking earlier. That's my only regret is not being able to do it earlier. It would have changed the trajectory of my life if I had been properly educated on trans people and had the proper health care and a place with no judgment to explore that. But because I had to explore it in a world where there's so much stigmatism against it, it made it very fucking difficult to get there. And I had to build up a lot of a life that then I kind of needed to throw away. It sucks. It really fucking sucks. It sucks to be trans, but it doesn't suck transitioning, right? It sucks to be trans because of the world that we live in, but it does not suck to transition. It's the most important thing that I have ever done for myself. Yeah, even in the face of intense repression, I'll never regret it. It's the best thing I've ever done. You'd have never joined the army. Was the army really important to you? I would love to get your perspective on that. I've heard a lot of I've heard a lot of people say they don't they didn't like their time in the army, but I mean, yeah. Yes, being trans doesn't suck, but not having the options to be to transition suck. Read the room, Ragnarok. What the hell? It was when you were cis, but now you kind of regret it. That's interesting. I think that being trans is obviously it's been really important to me and to my identity. It's helped me be more in tune with me as a person. I have made genuinely beautiful connections with people. I feel like people like me more and I like me more the way that I am now, even though there are struggles. Not everything is perfect. And transition didn't fix my other shit that's wrong with me, right? I still have other health concerns. I still have like chronic pain issues. I still have all of my other shit to worry about. I'm still depressed, but it's a lot fucking easier now. Yeah, being a victim to societal transphobia sucks, not being trans. Yeah. You can call it if you want to, but I'm gonna finish off this video. Do you know any anti-trans myths you'd like to receive their own standalone debunking? um, hmm. You just got done with a job interview? Very cool. I'm trying to think of like a specific myth. I'm sure. I think it's always fun to look into the amount of like trans athletes that actually exist and like how many trans athletics bans are being passed and all of that shit. And then you look at it's just one guy, one like trans kid, one trans dude who wants to like wrestle or something, or it's like one trans girl who wanted to join the cheer squad or something. Like, okay, we're fucking banning it for everybody. It's also again, I mentioned the fact that most trans affirming care or most of the gender affirming care that is done on cis people. Like, I think it would be really fun to just kind of put it all on a chart. Yeah, fuck these two children who want to play basketball. Fuck you, state law. I think that if a I think if a law is passed that affects less than the amount of people that you can count on both hands, you have to go to their face as the politician and personally explain why you're doing it to them. You need to do that. You have to explain to these children personally why you are telling them that they cannot do it. You have to do it on TV. They can cry, but you can't. If you cry, we shoot you. Yeah, if you cry, you die. That's the name of the show. We skipped to shooting the politician. I can't. I refuse to advocate that violence officially. Well, the UE index is insane right now. Officially.
To receive their own standalone debunking. Did I miss something you noticed?
Ethel, I need you. It's so important. You need to tell me which of the Jurassic Park movies has the most fuckable velociraptors. It's important for the research for my next video. You email me at this web zone if you can tell me which of these raptors is the most fuckable. I need your opinion. This is important.
If so, be sure to let me know in the comments down below. And if you appreciate what we do here and want to help keep us running, please consider becoming one of our wonderful patrons who make our work possible.
Please consider
You can
joining their
also make a
Patreon
one-time
if you are
donation via
doing
PayPal
stuff. They're
or
really
Super
good.
Thanks on YouTube. On that note, we'd just like to thank the following people: Matthew Kovac, Flynn, Bo.
Hold on, can you clip that request? Which request? Oh, yeah. Yeah, we need to get an opinion. I need official opinions. Listen. I think that it's important. We need data. We need to see which of the Jurassic Park movies has the most fuckable velociraptors. I need your help. People of the internet, come together. Give me your opinions. You haven't watched any? I guess it's a good time to watch all of the Jurassic Park movies. If you say Jurassic World, you're gonna explode. I'm saying Jurassic Park 3 has the most fuckable velociraptors. I think that's true. I think that's an easy win. Three by far. Fuck yeah. I think that if you make a trans category for sports, there need to actually be enough people in that sport to like justify that category that are actually playing that match that, and there just aren't. I think that it's exclusionary specifically because it literally excludes people. I think that if you're asking questions about the efficacy of trans people in sports, you genuinely don't understand enough about the issue. And I implore you to look into what the actual effects of HRT on the human body are and how they affect your hormone production as well as your muscle density and things like that. Also, sports are made to be unfair. Like, that's just what they are. I just genuinely, it's a weird, stupid wedge issue, and people that say that they don't think. So people that have opinions on trans people in sports, I think, are genuinely most of the time either don't know enough about it or being disingenuous to use that as a wedge opinion about weirder things. Yeah. Source check your knowledge on trans people taking records. Like, is it real? Are you really upset about a real person that is really taking a bunch of records away? Or is it a fake person that doesn't actually exist and you just think is real because you read it in an article one time? Have you considered that people that you trust lie to you? It's possible, actually. It's real. That does happen. I'm turning on the city pop again. Yeah, PragerU. I don't think it's like an exclusively PragerU thing, but they definitely helped. Dennis Prager is this weird, strange little man with poke money. Yeah, no problem. I'm happy to genuinely talk about this stuff. Like, that's my job. I don't mind talking about it. It's just like, it is rare that there is a person who wishes to engage in good faith on these things. You know what I mean? And so you kind of gotta be on your guard. April lies to you? I do sometimes. I'm an unreliable narrator on occasion. Mostly when it's funny. Yeah, it wasn't a track girl. It was the one that the one that people talk about is swimming most of the time, and yeah, the girl tied once with fifth place. For fifth place in one race with a cis woman who then threw a hissy fit about it. And like, she has built her entire career out of whining about how a trans woman beat her. And if you really think about it, her whole job now as a media personality is to go around and say that, and like be an advocate for the fact that women could never like win against men. Like, it's just weird. Like, Leah Thomas was just fucking trying to swim, and Riley Gaines made it super weird. Yeah, she's a big fucking loser. It's like the galaxy's biggest fucking loser, Riley Gaines. Yeah, she like tied for fifth place in that one race, and her overall placement was like 25th or something like that. Yeah, it was crazy. Doesn't... I'm getting a call. Hello there, friend or foe? Let me make
Your
sure
mom's up.
you're going through the right headset so I can hear you. Alright, try again. Oh, did somebody say a curse word and then leave? Oh, there's the Riley Gaines video. Eden posted it. So they said a curse word and left. I couldn't even hear it. So rip, I guess. Hello again, friend or foe?
Work now.
Huh?
Oh, no, last time you had a problem, I thought you couldn't hear me. Because it's what it said on the live. You couldn't hear me or something.
Oh yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, good.
Hi, how are you?
It's alright. But you're a fat nigger and should die.
Okay. Sure, I guess. What? Immense. Hell yeah. That was like baby's first hate mail. Hey, another one. Hi, hello, friend or foe?
Friend, it's me. It's Ragnarok again.
Hi, Ragnarok. How are you?
I just got home from my job interview.
Oh, very cool. How was your job interview?
Worrying a little bit. Because, like, when answering the questions they gave me, I got told good answer multiple times, which, is supposed to feel good, but it kind of feels patronizing.
Like Family Feud? Like, good answer.
Yeah. Good answer, or oh, we haven't heard that response yet, or things like that. So, I'm not sure if that's a good thing or not.
Yeah. Well, I mean...
And I really want this job so I can get the hell out of food service.
I have my fingers and toes all crossed for you.
I appreciate it.
Thank you for...
It's a job that will also suck equally because it's warehousing.
Okay,
but,
fair enough.
It's better than food service because anything is better than food service.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, if you don't jive with food service, it's definitely not the career for you. Let me actually grab my headset real quick.
I did it because it's quick and easy.
Audio.
It was never a long-term plan. I have a question for you, though.
You do? What's the question?
What word can you make shorter by adding 2 letters?
Shorter. Or short. You can make shorter by adding 2 letters. ER.
Good job. The amount of people who didn't get that at my job is...
You underestimate my power. You think I am a fucking buffoon.
Yes, because I saw evidence of exactly that.
How dare you? How dare you?
I wouldn't be your friend if I wasn't jokingly mean to you.
I feel like...
Because jokingly mean is better than regular mean.
Fair enough. A little bit of teasing is appropriate.
Bullying out of love is better than bullying out of malice.
Well, I think genuinely, it's good to tease your friends as long as it's got like a positive note to it.
Oh yeah. I never understood the type of, let's be honest, cis men friendships that are just about calling each other slurs all the time.
Yeah. That's so
Especially
sad.
slurs
Alexa play
you can't
Cruel to
say.
Be Kind Magicians cover.
What is
Incredible.
that?
Oh, hello, Mr. Merman.
So, oh, your cat is also bothering you.
Yes, he's bugging me. He's sitting his big butt
Yeah,
right there so
my
he can
cat is too, and
complain.
it's a problem because I still have dress shoes.
Bunnies must love you because
Okay,
you're constantly being bullied by them. I think that's probably correct, actually.
Yeah, that's kind of how bunnies be.
Even I'm a bunny rabbit.
Bunnies are little pieces of shit, affectionate. Like they'll cause chaos and they'll destroy your house, but like they're so adorable.
Wow.
Oh yeah, you
Catch
want a
this
carrot?
lettuce.
You a rabbit, so you want a carrot? Idiot! Catch this lettuce. Latucci.
Latuche.
Latucci or my coochie.
I'm really proud of the potable water meme that I made.
The what?
I shared it on my Blue Sky. This is a true potable water emoji moment.
Oh, I need to follow you on Blue Sky.
Yes,
I
you
don't know
do.
if I've done that.
Imagine not following me on social media. The links are in my link tree or down below, perhaps. Or you can type !socials or !Discord and
Or I
you can
can
link
just
them off of
find
my
you in Blue
profile.
Sky like an absolute Chad.
Yeah, I'm April the Doe on everything. You can just search me as April the Doe or April Doe, and that's usually me.
Well, I just followed you, so there you go.
Wow.
You have an official game voice actor following you now.
Hell yeah, me when I'm gaming.
Because yeah, I told you about the card game.
You did.
Right? Yeah, because you liked the Cowman.
I am a fan of men who look like a... Oh,
Yeah.
someone is beeping me.
It's actually illegal to be a bunny whose name is longer than 5 letters.
So, what are you up to for the rest of today, friend? Did you have anything exceptionally special to call in and talk about?
No, it was mostly just to annoy you and sufficiently pester you.
Okay.
And you know, when the one rando called in and just like failed at being a troll, I was like, oh, this. Let me show you how it's done. Then again, I don't. I should have came prepared.
I don't have any interview notes, so you're fine. Don't worry about it. All right. Well, thank you for calling in. I'm gonna keep the line open for a little while longer, but thank you for stopping in. I appreciate it.
Yeah, love you.
We love you, darling. You have to call in and make her answer my riddles 3. I do enjoy a little riddle every once in a while. What is your name? I was called by a number that bounced during that. Sorry about it. I guess I should like probably be a little bit honored that I'm big enough to like get random shitbirds calling me to like say a slur in my ear. They just are very desperate for my attention. They want a beautiful trans woman to talk to them so bad. Hello, friend or foe?
This is friend.
Hello, this sounds like Nuba.
This is Nuba.
Hey Nuba, how are you, sweetie pie?
I'm doing great.
It was
I'm
super
recovered
nice
from
seeing
traveling.
you. Yeah, from traveling. You had a pretty big journey ahead of you when you were leaving.
Yeah.
But I
It
am
was
really
pretty bad.
it was a bad journey. I'm sorry to hear that.
It's okay. It was just flight cancellations.
Yeah, it seems like it was a little annoying though. And that always really sucks. But I'm glad that you were able to handle everything, and everything seems like it's been back to normal for you now, and you get a couple days to rest before you're back on the grind.
I don't have a job right now,
Oh,
so
there you go.
I'm just doing nothing.
I heard your rooster. Is that the one that you said was an asshole?
Well, let me see who's the one screaming. Yeah, that's him.
That's him. I gotta come see your property.
Oh,
It was the pictures you've shown have been really beautiful.
yeah, I would love for you to come.
Mm-hmm. So you traveled cross country recently. You went to Salem and then visited some friends and then came up towards us. How was your trip
Yeah,
overall? Would you say worth it or maybe
100% worth it.
100% worth it? That sounds awesome. It was genuinely really, really nice to see you and your partner. Both of you are wonderful. You're excellent people. I tried to make sure
Aw.
that she felt like she was included. I feel like I always worry that like somebody's partner gets introduced to the friend group and they might feel like an outsider, like they're just there because like they're the girlfriend or whatever. But I wanted to make sure she felt like she was included and was a friend as well.
Yeah, my wife generally or not generally, genuinely appreciated it.
She's really sweet. I can tell why you like her.
Yeah, she's nice to me.
You're a person that deserves somebody who's nice to you because you're a very nice person yourself.
Aw, I try my hardest.
Um, You mentioned that you might be able to offer some perspective earlier. Is there something specific that you wanted to talk about?
Yeah, the whole I regret the army, but do.
Okay, yeah, I would love to hear your like point of view on that.
Yeah, it was. I joined the army at a pretty low point in my life when I had nothing going on for me.
Right.
Slash, nothing went well.
Do you mind if I ask what like how old you were when you joined the army?
Yeah, I was 20.
You were 20. So had you
Yeah.
gone into college?
Yes, I'd been kicked out of UC Davis twice at that point.
Okay. Yeah, I can understand why that would feel like you're at a very low point.
So I went to the recruiter's office, asked what's the quickest they could send me out. They said 3 weeks, and I was out in 3 weeks.
Oh, um, I lost your audio for the last little bit there, I think.
And this was during Don't Ask, Don't Tell.
I'm getting quiet. You're getting a little quiet. Nuba, you're getting quiet.
Oh no, my phone disconnected.
There we go. Hello.
Well, I'm back.
Welcome. You
Yeah. Go ahead.
you had mentioned sorry, what were you on? You missed a little bit of the last of what you were saying.
I was saying that it was when I signed up, it was part of Don't Ask, Don't Tell still, so I couldn't be openly bisexual.
Oh, you knew you were queer at the time too.
Yes.
Yeah, I can imagine that would have been really difficult on me if I had gone into something like that. I don't know if I would be able to like keep that a secret. I guess. I guess it wasn't
Well,
necessarily a secret, but like you don't need to be open. You don't get to be open about it, really.
yeah, like a little after I joined, they made it okay to be openly gay.
Okay.
So I was the first person in my basic training group to be openly bisexual that a lot of people knew.
Okay.
Most people took it well. Just one person really didn't like it. But whatever.
Yeah. Well, it's definitely.
So
I definitely think it's bullshit. I think a lot of there's a lot of like bisexual people that get a lot of extra stigma on top of just being queer. Because I think people think that bisexuals are like wishy-washy, which is so fucking stupid.
When we're not, it's just
Silly TV, Ragnarok for sure.
But either way, it was important to me because it was a way to get out of my hometown and get money for school since I had been kicked out of college.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know, I took the carrot and the stick at the same time and kind of sacrificed my body just to get ahead.
Do you feel like overall it was like worth it for you? You mentioned it was important at the time, and I think that there is an important consideration of that too.
Yeah, I think it was important, but I don't think it was the best option for me.
Right. I would rather I don't understate the military as a resource for people to get out of situations that they're in that are really bad. But I wish there were other options that weren't so openly exploitative.
Yeah, that's like the big issue.
I wish that you had had other path forward than going into the military. I am glad that you found security and drive there. And I'm sure that in some aspects it was a worthwhile experience for your own personal growth, but I wish that you had had better resources at your disposal.
Me too. But it is what it is.
And that's like when I say that things like we can work together to make things better.
Yeah, I'd love to keep helping out the community as much as I can where I
think
am.
that's really, really important. I think that individual contributions like that are what help drive progress for movements. And obviously, like, having your community, it's so nice. Like, it was something I said, I hugged you the first night, and I was like, you're real. And it's silly, and it's a little joke, but it's also kind of, like, true, right? Because it's sometimes hard to remember that people out there in your community are real until you see them and you're there with them. Please, I always say to people, go meet queer people, go to things to find queer friends. You deserve it. You deserve the kindness and the joy that comes from meeting your friends and meeting queer people in general. I'm really glad I get to see you. It was really, really nice to be able to just like have quiet, relaxing days where we weren't doing anything.
It really was. It's just nice to be around other gay and trans people.
It really does. It heals my soul a little bit every time. It is a salve. I do need my days to myself, but like, after I was done with everything, I got to like crash and kind of take a couple days to chill out and have a drink and just chill. Unwind from everybody being around, but it was so fun. I got to do so many things that were awesome, and I got to see people, and we got to go to parties, and it was really fun.
Yeah. Well, I won't hold up your phone line unless you have more questions.
Oh, sorry. I did want to ask a couple more questions about the military in general. I mean, you mentioned don't ask, don't tell. Oh, one moment. Sorry. My doorbell just rang.
Hi. Okay, thank you for sharing. I was fucking hungry. Like, really hungry.
Yeah, no problem, little bear. Hi, chat. How are you?
All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. The cops were at the door. Somebody was having a medical emergency, I guess. They gave my address, which was not correct.
That's scary.
Yeah, well, oh well. Alright, sorry. I'm like getting my heart rate back down. Never nice to open the front door and see a cop.
No.
I was like, can I help you? And he's like, yeah, someone's having a medical emergency. I was like, I don't think that's right. Ooh. All right, I'm gonna refill my water. Neko.
Yes.
I wanted to ask what it was like living in Don't Ask, Don't Tell. Obviously, I have like a concept of what that was like, but I have never had to, I guess, I've never really kept a secret like that. I don't think I've ever made it much of a secret that I was queer to people.
Well, it was fine because I only dealt with it for like a week.
Okay, fair enough. I guess actually I would want your opinion now on the anti-trans military ban. Like, has that affected you at all? I know you're not serving currently, but does that affect your standing?
No, not one bit, luckily, but I think it's dumb as hell because anyone can point a rifle.
Well, yeah, but also, I mean, I feel like I would also have been, like, kind of insulted based on, like, did you see the exact verbiage? I think they accused you of not being able to live an honorable lifestyle.
Yeah, that part
Which
is not cool.
I think is fucking insane, because you're one of the most honorable people I know.
Yeah, they're just trying to get rid of people that they see as a problem or a liability in any way.
Mm-hmm.
And trans people just happen to be the best scapegoat for that at the moment.
That really fucking sucks.
Yeah, my honor question is really painful because I lived my life like serving this country for 6 years.
Yeah.
Only just to have this dickhead president decide that, nope, you weren't honorable.
Yeah, and just
You're not capable of it.
That's fucking insane. Like, you put yourself out there just like anybody else that's in the military did or does.
Exactly.
And like, from my understanding, it was not an easy time for you or for anyone that I've known that's gone through it.
No, it wasn't an easy time. It was painful.
I can imagine. Well, maybe I can't even imagine. That is the kind of thing that I wish you had never had to go through, that kind of shit. But yeah, unfortunately, the military like thrives on getting people to get into it because they don't have any other option.
Yep.
And that
They know
predatory practice, they know it. I mean, they run more ads when the economy is bad. It's yeah. It's a predatory industry. I've always like seen that, and I guess it was interesting to me as an idea to get like perspective. I'm sure I'll come back to you and ask you questions when it comes to specific stuff of like having that perspective. I mean, you put 6 years in, that's a long fucking time. That's longer than I went to college. And that sure fucking felt like forever.
Yeah.
6 years, and it was a hell of a lot like harder the whole time, for sure. I can only, I mean, the person that you are has like been shaped by that experience and in some ways, and I think that like I think you're an incredible person. I think there's definitely good things to come from military experience, but I wish that you'd had other options. I think that's ultimately my point. I don't think the military is like a... Okay, well, I guess conceptually I do as a pacifist. I guess not really agree with the military or the military-industrial complex in general, but I do not think the people that are serving in the military are bad people.
They're not. They're just people trying to work a 9 to 5.
Yeah. Well, thank you for your perspective on it. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, of course. Anytime.
All right. I hope you have a really, really good rest of your day.
You too. I'll keep watching the stream.
All right. See ya. Hun.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna refill my water real quick. What? Ah. So maybe you have been affected by this. I'm sorry, honey. Certainly not a good way to find it out. Just taking a look at other stuff that's been going on. Oh, I wanted to talk about some good news potentially. I'll answer this real quick. Hello there, friend or foe?
Hi.
Oh my goodness, is that a June? Hello, bunny. How are you, darling?
I'm doing okay.
You doing good? EP? Having a good EP day?
Yeah. I should probably take my meds.
Ooh, yeah, that's a good idea. Make sure everybody bio break, take your meds.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you have 0 coverage from VA? That's good.
Insurance is a fuck.
Insurance is a fuck. What are you up to today, bunny?
I don't know.
No plans?
Probably. I mean, I got some work stuff, but, you know, that's not plans, that's work.
That's fair. You went out for ramen yesterday, right?
Mm-hmm.
That sounds really good. I really miss that ramen place.
2 days ago? I don't know. Time isn't real.
Time isn't real, she says. That's fair.
Time stopped being real, like, in 2020, and it just, like, never started being real again.
Oh, shit. That's crazy.
I kind of missed the memo of when, like, socially constructed time kicked back in.
Did you hear that? I just opened my door and there was a cop there again. He was like so exasperated. He was like, someone's having a medical emergency. I'm like, not in my fucking house, they're not. Like, I'm confused. Why are you here? Yeah, of course I'm exasperated. I was like, can I help you? Like, what do you need?
The medical emergency is I don't have enough carrots.
That's so true. I don't have any carrots to offer you, but I should give you some.
Fuck up. She hates me.
That's fucked up.
She's literally throwing rocks at me.
Not possum enough. Send help. I got my first hater. They called
What?
in.
It wasn't me?
It wasn't even you.
Unfortunate.
You're a lover, not a fighter, you know? You're
I'm a biter.
you're definitely a biter though. This is my beautiful girlfriend June, and her gnashing teeth rip and tear my flesh. I am going to be moving out to go see June very soon. So next month,
I get to bite her even more.
next month is going to be hard work month, where I think about, raising money for moving. Ask you, you're a biter? I bet you are. You got good teeth. You got nice teeth.
Hey, me and my partner noticed you from across the bar, and you've got, like, really nice teeth.
Do you want to, like, bite her? That's how trans people pick each other up.
Where he's like, yeah, I got good dental.
I got good dental.
Girl who only watches German clips, I know.
You've had that happen? Somebody just approached you and asked them to bite you? You've been hit on for having nice skin. That's a little creepier, but I would still be like, I would take it positively.
You got nice skin.
It is a weird thing to say to somebody, to tell them that they have nice skin conceptually, but I think I would still be flattered.
Yeah, I don't... Aside from making sure my face doesn't break out, I don't work too hard on my skin.
Mm-hmm.
But definitely I pay a lot of money for skin this nice, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, fair enough. Nice skin, mind if I wear it?
Wait a minute.
Yeah. There's a lot of things to still figure out. I gotta get my real ID done, which I'm doing soon, probably this week.
I need to find somebody with a working color printer so I can print out my passport documents.
Can you do it at like a library?
I can probably get the form printed at a library, because that one I think they actually say you have to do it in black and white, and it's the fucking passport office. They will throw a fit if you print it in color, I'm sure.
Okay.
But I need to take a photo and print it out and bring it to them. So I do need like my printer just can't print color. It barely handles black and white for some reason. So I'm like, okay, I need someone with a photo printer.
Fair enough. Tomorrow, do you want to go to the DMV tomorrow? Was that still the plan? I hadn't heard anything since then. I remember it was a little. Sorry, Olive is asking in chat. It was a little bit in the air. The last time you were all like, "Oh, we gotta check them and see if we can do it." So it's still the plan. Okay. Yeah, that would be cool. We'll figure out how we're gonna do it then. I'll talk to you after stream and we'll figure that out. But I guess we're going to the office tomorrow to see if we can get our real IDs, hopefully. And that would be a really good first step. And then I gotta get like luggage settled. Yeah, it'll be a good trip. And then we're gonna be out there for a little while. I need to talk to my brother, who I'm going to be meeting with next week. Because, good. It's been very positive so far. But I need to talk to him about some, like, stuff.
Yeah.
It's personal. I'm not gonna get into it too much. Not really a big deal. But he is planning a big event, and I wanted to ask some questions.
Oh, water. I was taking meds.
Yes, drink your water.
That's the thing. I was walking in 3 circles around my apartment for.
You're so cute.
She hates me so much.
That's not what I'm saying. I am gonna
Literally,
enjoy being able to like help you out in person.
Launching intercontinental ballistic rocks at me.
Blah, blah,
Yeah,
blah.
that'd be nice. Oop. Papa.
I started playing RuneScape again. I made a lot of progress from where I was. I'm almost done with Recipe for Disaster subquests. I just need to do Awowoges. And
Phone beeping at me. I don't know.
oh, goodbye. Goodbye, my beautiful bunny wife. Her phone was beeping, so she had to go. You stopped? I did briefly. I didn't have a membership, and I couldn't continue what I was working on, so I got frustrated. Yeah, no problem, honey. I'm just joking. Ooh, Assigned Media wrote about the censorship campaign. Ooh, we can talk about this. This is actually a good idea. Talk more about this censorship campaign stuff. Assigned Media. Thank you. A little boop. Alright. Posted today, the 30th of July. Censorship campaigns harms queer livelihood. After Australian turf group Collective Shout waged censorship campaign against payment processors like Visa, MasterCard, and PayPal, popular platforms for hosting queer video games Itch and Steam began delisting queer content without warning. Censorship of queer media has begun in earnest, and it's all thanks to Visa and MasterCard. On July 23rd, independent digital creators marketplace Itch.io started de-indexing not safe for work material uploaded to their website. As a result, many products hosted on Itch stopped appearing in search results, and in some cases became completely inaccessible. While the bulk of content uploaded to Itch is video games, you can upload just about any kind of creative work to the website, including comics and whole novels. The delisting of not safe for work content has disproportionately affected trans and otherwise queer artists who, thanks to rampant discrimination and hiring practices in workplace environments, often find it difficult to maintain gainful employment or achieve commercial success with their creative endeavors. Boy, oh boy, do I know that. Fuck Itch for rolling over, yeah. And then, yeah, let's take a look at the Human Rights Campaign in a second. Some on social media have even suggested Itch is withholding payments from its creator. Ah! Hi, Delta. Some of the social media have even suggested Itch is withholding payments from its creators whose content has been delisted, though they have denied doing so. In fact, Itch's Blue Sky account spent much of the weekend addressing complaints directly and putting out fires as quickly as they could, though that hardly helps creators whose income may have been neutered overnight without any advance warning. Why is such a drastic change undertaken so suddenly? It's just pointing the finger at their payment processors like Visa, MasterCard, and PayPal, who may have made some noise about not safe for work content on the internet following a deliberate censorship campaign waged by a group of Aussies called Collective Shout, who describe themselves as a grassroots campaign movement against the objectification of women and the sexualization of girls. Did I see Bunlith going after Itch? I did not. Can you link me that? Ooh, Mistress is on lunch. Say hi for us. Considering they think grown women can't consent to rough sex or even practice it safely, I would argue their motivations may be rooted in more protecting conservative values than women and girls. Content policy changes took place on video game distribution platform Steam first, as reported by Anna Valens and me, whose articles about censorship and Collective Shout's campaign were almost immediately depublished thanks to pressure from Vice's owner Signature Ventures. This is an act nearly unheard of in professional journalism. Edits and addendums happen all the time, and pieces are sometimes killed before they're run. The outright deletion of an approved and published article is frankly anathema to editorial integrity. I agree with that. Valens announced that she would no longer contribute to Waypoint as a result. In the wake of all this censorship of games and other art, both Valve, owners of Steam, and itch insist they had no say in the matter. Both platforms released statements saying that failing to comply with the payment processor's demand would mean nobody could get paid for their work, not for work content or not. Each even says they're reaching out to other payment processors who might be more comfortable handling risque content. Whether or not you want to be bad at Valve and itch, it's clear that yelling at CSRs working for either platform won't solve the problem. So what's a gal or whatever to do? Well, why not take a page out of Collective Shout's book and start yelling at the payment processors? Okay, don't actually yell, because you're still just getting customer service on the phone. But you can call those hotlines and calmly explain that you, as an adult with money, want to know why you can't purchase perfectly legal products. You could even suggest that you have to take your business elsewhere if they're not willing to compromise. You could also sign petitions like these ones if you're feeling extra motivated. I understand if you're feeling demotivated and frightened. I don't know how many times I've said it over the last 7 months, but we're living in scary times. Censorship like this is serious, and it affects queer artists more than anybody else. It can easily get out of hand if we don't act quickly to stop it. Collective Shout's lame vanilla asses managed to censor countless game developers, artists, and writers with 1,000 phone calls. Imagine what we can do if we make 100,000 phone calls. And I super agree with that. Actual grassroots movement. Yeah. Take me to Collective Shout's page. Insane. This is just anti-kink shit. Anna Valens says keep calling Visa. This I saw for sure. I didn't see. Yeah, absolutely. Yep. Interesting. Right. And they ignored us for months, so they went to the payment processors instead because they're puritanical little shits. So you got ignored forever because they didn't want to deal with you, and then you just decided to go above their head, like a talking to the manager situation. Cool. People are so afraid of not safe for work and kink shit. All the blood and gore is totally okay. Make it make sense, yeah. Yeah, purity culture is, yeah, it's all about, it's misogynistic, and it's about control, about power. Controlling what a person can and can't do with their body. Controlling women as property. Like, virginity only exists as, like, a concept to, if you consider, like, it a property that you can take. It's just gross. Metal Gear Solid 2 gets more and more relevant every year. Yeah, absolutely. Alright. Amity. You can dial in now. I'm sorry for making you wait. Hello? How are you? One sec, I'm making sure that they can actually hear you. Make sure the Discord is on. Okay, cool. They should be able to hear you now.
Perfect.
Yeah, this way you won't get blasted with random fees.
Basically, I just have 3 questions for you. 3
For
very
me?
quick questions.
Okay, I'm ready.
What is your name?
April, the dough.
What is your quest?
Well, I seek the Holy Grail.
What is the airspeed velocity of a coconut-laden swallow?
Well, do you mean an African or European swallow?
Well, I don't know.
Oh, well, oh, there she goes. Flying off into the sky.
Goodbye.
Oh, was that all? Oh, that's so cute. You're so sweet. Oh, she's got. Oh, she's such a sweetheart. What a dorky bunny. Amity followed your strat.
It's all about control, what people can do with their money, what people can say, where they can say it. It is all just fucking bogus bullshit, and I hope every last one of them roasts alive.
Yeah.
Fascists do not deserve to exist.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's unfortunate, and it's something I talk about in the essay that I've got coming up. But I think, unfortunately, like, fascism is really alluring for people, because people like a strong central authority figure that they can trust, right? We're taught even to, like, want that in our stories and things, like, you know, like a king who sweeps in and saves the day, you know, one big hero. But you started up your computer just for that. You're so cute. But a lot of the time, the people that are stuck in fascist ideology are people that want to grow and get better, or have the ability to. It's very rare that somebody's beyond saving, I think. Maybe I'm just more positive about it in general. And maybe I'm naive about it a little bit, but I try to be reasonable, at least. Wait, what? Okay. This seems like probably a bogus funny joke article, but the title of the article is "A Mysterious Orange Shape Raises More Questions About Epstein Footage. Mysterious orange shape was recorded ascending the stairs to where Jeffrey Epstein's cell was located the night he died." It's so funny. Can't just call him an orange shape. You can't just call him that. That's fucked up. Where to go after the tutorial for RuneScape? I suggest looking around and talking to NPCs for quests. There are a lot of things that you can do. Your best directions are north to Varrock, and then like west to Draenor. There's a bunch of quests around that are easy enough for you to do. Look for the quest icon on your minimap. There's also like quest guides and stuff out there to help you through if you feel like you need help. I'm not a big fan of South Park. Did you see the move they pulled? I did. I am not like, I don't really like South Park as a show. It's just not really like a show I like to watch. And I kind of think that the guys that make it are kind of chuds, but that's like a personal gripe. I just don't really like their comedy. I think that the like, centrists are stupid. But I did really like that. I'm pretty sure the bit they used with Trump and Satan is the same joke that they used with Bin Laden and Satan. They got them like canceled on show, or like they got their show canceled or pulled off the air or something. And since they just signed a huge deal, they did this. It's just really fun. I think that is a funny joke to like repeat it like that. It was Saddam. Okay. Yeah, after their network killed Corbert's show to Kiss Up, yeah, for sure. I can see like why they would do it. That they're the kind of people that would make something like that. And sometimes you need kind of shitty white guys to get like radicalized, right? They're not like again, it's not really my sense of humor. I laughed at him having a teeny wiener. That's funny, but like I don't know. But I think that it's still important to nod to it as like a thing that they did. It's very funny. You need the property devaluing gunshot, even if it's from the neighbor you don't like, for sure. They've been more left-leaning recently? Okay. Do they still have weird opinions about trans people? I feel like all of their stuff that it's complicated. Yeah, fair enough. No, I don't think they hate us. I think they hate people that have an opinion. I think they think that people that have a strong opinion are stupid. And I think that's stupid. I think libertarians are stupid. I'm not an expert. Oh. Today's a good day. Oh yeah, I've seen that channel. I think overall their coverage has been like fine. They seem like they're just kind of normal dudes who struggle to understand complicated concepts. And like, sure, that's fine. Let them make a TV show that makes fun of Donald Trump. I don't really give a shit. trans people should be allowed to get to do their thing. Yeah. Okay, that's good. Again, I'm not really like a comedy cartoon TV lady in general. I don't really get into it, but yeah, and I think that's great. I'm glad that more people are talking about it. Ooh, I wanted to talk about good news. I'm gonna do a good news article. I don't get to do good news very often. Are you ready? I have a couple of articles of good news. I am not... Let me double check and see if I can see... Okay. So I wanted to speak about an article that came across my timeline. From New Atlas, I believe this is a tech and innovation news. I'm not sure how credible. But I wanted to speak about the first 100% effective HIV prevention drug approved and going global. Again, I want to do some research into like the efficacy of some of these claims, but I actually just noticed my leg is bleeding, so give me one second. If I'm having a medical emergency. I take tick damage. I did it again. There was just blood on me. Sometimes there's just blood on me. Okay. So, an epidemic that has been sustained for 44 years might be finally quelled with the milestone approval of the first HIV drug that offers 100% protection with its twice-yearly injections. It's a landmark achievement that stands to save millions of lives across the globe. The makers are also providing affordable access to the drug in the US and beyond, signing royalty-free licensing agreements with 6 generic manufacturers to produce and supply it. In the US, the Food and Drug Administration, FDA, has approved the novel Lenacapavir, sold under the brand name Yeztugo, a class of drugs known as capsid inhibitors, which provide almost 100% protection against HIV infection, which currently affects 1.3 million people every year. In 2024, the journal Science named Lenacapavir the breakthrough invention of the year, and we've extensively covered it on its way to market. The pre-exposure prophylaxis, PrEP, provides HIV-negative individuals around 99% protection from contracting the devastating virus through sex. As we detailed last year, Lenacapavir is a capsid inhibitor. In the HIV type 1 HIV-1 virus, the capsid is a protein shell that houses and protects viral genetic material and is crucial for transporting the virus into a host cell. Once inside the host cell, the capsid is shed, and the virus begins copying itself. Lenacapavir stops that from happening. This is a historic day in the decades-long fight against HIV, said Daniel O'Day, chairman and a chief executive officer of Gilead Sciences, on the news of the FDA's approval. Yeztugo is one of the most important scientific breakthroughs of our time. It offers a very real opportunity to help end the HIV epidemic. This is a medicine that only needs to be given twice a year and has shown remarkable outcomes in clinical studies, which means it could transform HIV prevention. Gilead scientists have made their life's work to end HIV, and now, with the FDA approval of Yeztugo and in collaboration with our many partners, we can help to finally make that goal a reality. In 2022, lenacapavir was approved under brand name Sunlenca to treat HIV in those already infected, but long-acting prevention medication has been much more difficult to realize. Yeztugo could be the transformative PrEP option we've been waiting for, offering the potential to boost PrEP uptake and persistence and adding a powerful new tool in our mission to end the HIV epidemic, said Carlos Del Rio, MD, Distinguished Professor of Medicine in the Division of Infectious Diseases at Emory University School of Medicine and co-director of the Emory Center for AIDS Research in Atlanta. A twice-yearly injection could greatly address key barriers like adherence and stigma, which individuals on more frequent PrEP dosing regimens, especially daily oral PrEP, can face. We also know that in research, many people who need or want PrEP preferred less frequent dosing. Gilead has also filed for regulatory approval with authorities in Australia, Brazil, Canada, South Africa, and Switzerland, with additional applications in the works for Argentina, Mexico, and Peru. The company has also made moves to ensure Yeztugo is affordable, with uninsured individuals likely able to access the drug free of cost, if eligible, through its Advancing Access Medication Assistance Program. Earlier this month, Gilead announced a partnership with the Global Fund to fight AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria to supply enough doses of the drug to reach up to 2 million people over 3 years in countries supported by the Global Fund at no profit to the pharmaceutical company. License-free generics of the drug will be manufactured for use across 120 high-incidence, resource-limited countries, which are primarily low and lower middle-income countries. This crucial access to the drug, which ultimately sets a side profit for people, is a bold move from a pharmaceutical company, but one that recognizes the desperate need to end the global HIV epidemic. The agreement between Gilead Sciences and the Global Fund is based on our shared intention to benefit as many people as possible, as quickly as possible with this breakthrough in HIV prevention, said Daniel O'Day, Chairman and Chief Executive Officer, Gilead Sciences. We are providing the medicine at no profit to Gilead and in enough supply to reach up to 2 million people in low and lower middle income countries ahead of generic lenacapavir becoming available. This is all part of our unprecedented approach to access for a medicine that could help end the HIV epidemic. The Global Fund is now working with international organizations to rapidly establish the infrastructure and resources needed to deliver lenacapavir to the middle and low-income nations most in need. This is not just a scientific breakthrough, it's a game changer for HIV/AIDS, said Peter Sands, Executive Director of the Global Fund. For the first time, we have a tool that can fundamentally change the trajectory of the HIV epidemic, but only if we get it to the people who need it most. Our ambition is to reach 2 million people with long-acting PrEP, but we can only do that if the world steps up with the resources required. This is a pivotal moment, not just for the fight against HIV, but for the fundamental principle that life-saving innovations must reach those who need them most, whoever they are, and wherever they are. And I cannot agree with that point more. I really appreciate hearing this kind of stuff. This is like really awesome. Good news, everyone, for serious. That's insane. This is a huge breakthrough. And the fact that it's being distributed potentially free of charge, I feel like is a really big deal. So, good things do still happen. Let us not forget. The world is not always as bad as it seems. Yeah, imagine telling people in the 80s and 90s that AIDS would be cured by 2030. Absolutely. That's fucking crazy. That's really awesome. Yeah. I'm really, really happy that we get to show good news. I also wanted to show off, and this is maybe not nearly as serious, but Lily Wachowski is producing a sci-fi thriller with an all-trans women cast called Dolls, which sounds awesome. I am short film. It seems like it's gonna be a short film still. A new sci-fi thriller short film with Matrix co-director Lily Wachowski serving as executive producer features an all-transgender women cast. The 18-minute film Dolls marks the directorial debut of trans filmmaker Gina Rosero, and the cast includes Yen Sen, Arewa Basit, Macy Rodman, and Voss Eli, as well as the director herself. Described as a trans-coded take on a 70s cult classic The Stepford Wives, the new film follows Jan, a private investigator who infiltrates a suspicious dating workshop for transgender women after being hired to find a missing girl. Jean, the power-hungry head of the workshop, is rumored to be running a cult. However, she claims she's only helping individuals process relationship problems. But altogether darker forces appear to be at work. I'm already in, yeah, for sure. Beautiful, weird, striking debut. Dolls is my attempt to birth the internal chatter that ruminates in my head, Rosero told them. All those years admiring directors like Claire Denis, Lucretia Martel, and Park Chan-wook, I told myself to give it a shot. It's the only way to find out. And Wachowski said, Dolls is a fever dream reflecting on assimilation and the investigation of trans identity. I'm so proud to be part of this beautiful, weird, striking debut. Pulitzer Prize-winning Suzy Ibarra composed a score for the film. Gina's script and directing bring visuals, sound, and music into a beautiful interplay that creates a unique narrative, Ibarra said. I am honored to collaborate on this unapologetic and much-needed story of transgender women characters in film. The word doll refers to a trans woman or trans feminine non-binary people and is also used as a term of endearment. It has now entered the mainstream lexicon thanks to the Protect the Dolls t-shirts worn by celebrities. There has been no word on when Dolls will be released, but we will keep you posted. Very excited. Very excited. Basically, I feel like I just like I'm in. This sentence is good. So, very excited. We'll probably watch this when it comes out. I'll keep my eyes and ears open for news on it because I am super in. I also need to make sure that I keep my eyes on Vera Drew because I know she is working on a project. I really want to see what she makes next. If it gets a theatrical release, we've got to go. I agree. That would be really fucking awesome. All right. Oh. So, I am very, very excited. I need to rewatch The Matrix. It's a good movie, even without the trans like allegory in it, but it does have that. It do got that. I love it when my theatrical release. I get when I get my theatrical release, is that when I get head in the movie theater back row? I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. I need to get my prescriptions refilled. I haven't been paying attention to it. But I need to get it done. Genuinely, I kind of want to just dig into that book I just got. But I feel like that's not an interesting stream experience. You know what I mean? Read you the first page? I can read you the first page. This is again, Girls of Paper and Fire by Natasha Nagan. Do you want to watch that Eden video? Oh, that's a good idea. We can. Let me read a little bit from this. Okay. Seems like there's like some rules about what castes exist, but that's fine. There is a tradition in our kingdom, one all castes of demon and human follow. We call it the birth blessing. It is such an old, deep-rooted custom that it's said even our gods themselves practiced it when they bore our race onto the earth. When babies die before their first year, there are whispers like leaves fluttering darkly on the wind. The ceremony was performed too late. The parents must have spoken during it. The shaman who executed the blessing was unskilled, a fake. Coming from the lowest caste, paper caste, fully human, my parents had to save for the full 9 months after the news of my mother's pregnancy. Though I've never seen a birth blessing ceremony, I've imagined my own so many times that it feels almost like a memory or some half-remembered dream. Picture smoke-cut night and darkness like a heavy black hand cupped round the world. Crackling fire. Standing before the flames, a shaman, his leathery skin webbed with tattoos, teeth sharpened to wolf-like points. He's bent over the naked form of a newborn, just hours old. She's crying. On the other side of the fire, her parents watch in silence, hands clasped so tightly their knuckles are white. The shaman's eyes roll as he chants a Tao, painting its characters in the air with his fingers, where they hang above the baby, glowing softly before fading away. As he comes to the crest of the prayer, a wind picks up. Grass stirs in a feathery rustle. Faster and faster the shaman chants, and louder the rustle in the wind, until the fire whips upward, a whirl of red-orange flame dancing high into the sky before flashing suddenly out. Blackness. The starlit night. Then the shaman reaches into the air where the fire had been for the object floating in its wake, a small, egg-like golden pendant. But the pendant isn't what's important. What's important is what the pendant hides within. The baby's fate. My fate. Our kingdom believes words have power, that the characters of our language can bless or curse a life. Inside the pendant is a single character, one word that we believe will reveal a person's true destiny, and if my life will be blessed, as my parent as my parents hoped when they saved for my ceremony, or whether my fate is something far darker. Cursed years to be played out in fire and shadow. In 6 months, when I turn 18, pendant will open, and its answer will finally be revealed. I'm kinda in. That's fun. That's a fun idea. What's the little foreword? How many pages is the first chapter? Like 6 or 7. Okay. You're in? You like it? Should we read more? Or do we want to watch the Eden video? I kind of want to watch the Eden video. I'm not sure if, like... I don't want to get copyright struck again for fucking reading. Fun book. I will enjoy digging into that, I imagine. I hope everybody's having a good day. Much better day. Let me pop open this Eden video. Oh yeah, this is her video on Riley Gaines. We were literally just talking about this. Big fucking loser, Riley. Doing boy. Alright, Galactic Funk. Give me just 1 sec to refill my water. Here I am. Oh. He's got curves, ladies and gentlemen. She managed it. I think you're so pretty. Boy. Alright. My heart. I lived here. Oh shit, people are dating and worshipping ChatGPT. That looks like an incredible video, and I love the anti-bot. I've been into anti-bots videos lately. I love somebody who will tell me something about something that I have like adjacent knowledge about, but I don't know enough about. And that is what I'm getting. Getting knowledge about something I need to know about. Oh, hello, Mr. Merlin. Hi, baby. You know, hop up in my lap? Is that why you're coming here, to be so baby? Come here. Come here, Mr. Merlin. You ran to mommy. Oh, you were begging. Begging. Have you been being a little baby? Yeah. This is the goblin. He's so cute. He's giving me headbutts. He's so good. My baby boy. Mr. Merlin. He's being baby. People wish to see. Merlin, the people want to see. Hello. Say hi. Is this your stream now? The criminal. He's being so baby. He's purring so loud too. You probably can't hear it, but he is. He's sniffing at everything on my desk now. Oh, he's climbing on the desk. Okay. We're on the desk. He's in desk mode. How you doing, buddy? What's up? You just wanted to sit there on my desk? You just wanted to be up. You up. Wait. Are you a baby? Are you my baby? He's like, no. You sure look like a baby. You sure look like my baby boy. He's so done with me. He's like, nuh-uh. But he didn't go anywhere. He's just right by my leg again. Just being annoying. He just didn't want that much attention. He has to get down to check his pocket watch. Yeah. It has to be, he gets exactly 15 minutes. Or slam the cabinets. He's gotta go slam cabinets. Doon to doon. Doon to doon. Doon to doon. Fuck you, Merlin. We love you. You're a baby. That's my son. He's wretched. I love him. Alright, let's watch the video.
Hi, have you ever wondered why there is so much disproportionate coverage over transgender athletes when there aren't even that many transgender people, much less athletes, in the United States to begin with? Why is such a marginal, hyper-specific group of very young people given so much national coverage when the scale of the disruption and the violence happening all around the world and internally within the United States is massive? There's so much other shit you could be talking about. Why are we so concerned which genitals are on which division of the local collegiate tennis team in Louisville, Kentucky? Why is this the news? I don't care about this. Nobody cares about this. The public conversation around transgender athletes has been meticulously and exhaustively drug out by the right-wing media.
Eden is just so funny. Like the way that she's able to like deliver these things that she's saying, I strive for that level of like being funny while also giving bad news.
Media and right-wing politicians.
Ms. Goss-Graves, do women have penises?
As both a convenient and consistent distraction from war crimes occurring daily in Gaza, or even the destruction of the economy and violence happening domestically, which goes hand in hand with the dissolution of civil liberties like, freedom of speech, right to assembly, due process, among others. And don't forget, war with Iran is still
Among others? Among us? Sorry.
very much on the table. And now the Trump administration is desperate for everyone to forget about the Epstein files.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
I hate that, like, it is so... there's so much shit in the world that is more important than making one weird man pay for his weird sex crimes. But I just want him to get punished for something. God, please. Just anything. Please, don't let him worm his way out of this. Don't shut the fuck up, because it's the only thing that's ever stuck. Oh, God, this motherfucker. I love when people are just now finding out that Trump is a pedophile. If you ever feel stupid, just remember there are people that are just now finding out that Donald Trump is a sex predator. Like, all the rest of the evidence wasn't enough for them, but this one was it.
This guy's been talked about for years. You're asking, we have Texas, we have this, we have all of the things. And are people still talking about this guy, this creep?
What's going on with my boys, and in some cases, gals? I don't know, I have a feeling Fox News and the right in general might just be talking about the transgender madness a little longer than you think. I went to the doctor, he said I had gender madness. It's chronic. And especially as more protests continue to manifest across the country in resistance to the administration, as the approval rating continues to sink on multiple different issues, and in light of the Supreme Court's recent upholding of Tennessee's statewide ban on gender-affirming care for minors, there might even be more right-wing coverage of the trans madness than ever before, which is just what everybody wanted. There's a lot more to cover, but before I get into it, here's a quick word.
It's super annoying that it's like working for people as a wedge issue because you don't fucking care about sports, but some people care about sports, and it's weird. And it's not weird to care about sports, it's weird to care this much about children's genitals, though.
The channel, let's get back to it. We know that this conversation is bullshit. It's a wedge issue, and not to mention there are like 12 trans athletes in the entire country, and none of the policies passed to legislate against them actually protect women or children. In fact, in many, if not all cases, it's just the opposite. These right-wing transphobic policies put women and children in danger, like institutionally. Despite that, mediocre, joyless, cynical, and desperate cisgendered women in right-wing media circles seem eager to pile on the trans women, especially when it comes to talking about athletics, because I guess they see it as an easy target to spread their dumbass agenda. One of the most prominent women at the forefront of anti-trans propaganda in sports is Riley Gaines, a former NCAA women's swimmer who one time tied for 5th place with a woman who happened to be trans, Leah Thomas. This was, of course, for Riley akin to a war crime. The NCAA didn't even have 2 5th place trophies. She had to hold the 6th place trophy.
That's true. That was so.
Mail her the 5th place trophy later.
And honestly,
that's so hard for her. That I'm so sorry that she had to deal with that. Honestly, that sounds heartbreaking. Honestly, maybe I was wrong. Maybe trans people are the problem.
I think the NCAA handled everything extremely poorly, starting from when we finished and I went behind the podium to collect my 5th place trophy, and they kind of blatantly told me that Leah would hold the 5th place trophy and that I could pose with the 6th place trophy for photos and would be mailed a 5th place trophy in the mail.
And it's amazing that she survived this. Putting Riley to the
They literally didn't have them. I bet you could have just gone up to her and been like, can we trade trophies? And she wouldn't have fucking cared. These people are always the bad guys in sports films. Yeah.
Aside for a second, I think it's important to ask the question, why sports? Of all the ways to target transgender people in America, sports is a little specific. The main motive is typical, it's to alienate trans people. And right-wingers have deployed different tactics to get people on board with their bad faith rationalizations, like the bathroom discourse. Bringing up these hyper-specific and often perverted examples is meant to kind of sow doubt into the minds of liberals and get them thinking about things that they otherwise wouldn't think about because they're not weirdly obsessed. But when they do,
You just gotta think about it. It's actually super normal to think about people's genitals all the time. You should actually, it's super weird that you don't think about people's genitals all the time.
start thinking about them, they get really confused and they don't know which bathroom a trans woman should go into. They get scared thinking about it. This works on not just liberals, but otherwise well-intentioned people too. They just want to make cis people think that trans people are somehow different than just women or men or however they identify. They can't use the same bathrooms or join the same sports teams. They should just go away forever. Or make their own, I guess. Whichever works. Whichever's easier. And arguments about how trans women are somehow more advantaged in athletics are everywhere. Even the president has an entire, I guess, stand-up routine mocking trans athletes in sports.
They put a half an ounce here, half little tiny ring on top of these big barbells, dumbbells. Then they go and she went like this and her mother and father are screaming, "You got it! You got it, darling. I'm so proud of my girl."
This is the president.
She couldn't do it. And then this guy comes along. He's named Alice, and he looks at the weight. World record.
He's been doing this for like 5 years. His first ever speech after leaving office in 2020 included this bit.
You know, for years, the weightlifting, every ounce is like a big deal for many years. All of a sudden, somebody comes along and beats it by 100 pounds. Boom, boom.
And he did it as recently as 2 or 3 months ago.
Now, you look at the weightlifting, where 18 years it stands. The record stood for 18, think of it, 18 years. And they put an eighth of an ounce here and an eighth of an ounce here, little tiny little bit. And she's going to do it. "Mom, I love you. I'm going to do it for you, Mom." And she goes, and she lifts, and she gets it. And, "Mom, I'm going to do it, Mom." Can't do it. And then a guy comes along.
Who the fuck is this guy?
Or a gal or whatever.
How the fuck?
Hey guys,
Oh god,
welcome
no.
back to my
No,
channel.
go, God, go
I'm
back.
going to do it for you, Mom.
No, not more. Not more, please.
And then a guy comes along.
He's the worst. How the fuck did this guy convince anybody that he isn't the guiltiest human being that ever existed? He's the worst.
Or a gal or whatever. A transitioned person comes along, 206 pounds.
He's like if one of the Mucinex, like, booger creatures came to life and was evil. Yeah. So, yeah, President Trump is, like, the most obviously guilty pedophile ever, right? Like, he's a horrifically awful, terrible man, and we have always known this. And people are just kind of, like, doubling down on the fact that they've decided to sign up with the shitty evil man, I guess. Sure, whatever, dude. You got tricked by a used car salesman in an orange skin suit. The dude looks like if the Lorax got a degree in business education.
They put the little thing on, and he goes, boom, boom. And breaks the record like by 119 pounds.
Okay, he's actually mocking cis women here, but you're not supposed to I guess, pay attention to that. Women can't lift weights. They're not strong enough. They don't know how to do it. Women, don't worry. Donald Trump is here to protect you. He knows you're so weak and feeble and fragile. It's funny because it's kind of like if a kindergartner tried to make a biological essentialist argument because it's anti-scientific. Men are big and small and women weak and tiny. Chromosomes dictate this. Part of the reason right-wingers use sports against trans people is also because a lot of people watch sports. Team sports, combat sports, Olympic sports, there's a lot of them. But you know, people watch this stuff on their TV and phone. And therefore many think that they have the skills and experience necessary to determine what the rules should be, especially when trans women are involved. Take this incident with a transgender fencer, for example, where her cis opponent dropped out after accepting the match, even though fencing is a co-ed sport.
I just got really sad and I started crying because this was like the last thing I wanted to deal with in my competition.
Like, sorry, this is just transphobia. She doesn't have any advantage against you. It just proves how easy it is to get national attention, strictly from just not wanting to participate with trans people. Really gross behavior. You instantly get a fucking interview on Fox News and get to testify in front of the House of Representatives and treated like the victim, because you were being prejudiced and bigoted. There's another question I think is also very important to ask when it comes to Riley Gaines and the narrative around trans people in sports in general. Why is there such a focus on swimming? I think part of the focus is fetishistic. Athletic swimmers obviously wear very revealing single-piece swimsuits to compete, and as gross as it is to even acknowledge that this happens, transphobes do objectively love zooming in on both cis and trans women's groins to analyze if they're trans. And most of the time, they still get it wrong. Maybe because of Riley Gaines, there's a focus on women swimming. But either way, Riley Gaines has risen to be a prominent figure in right-wing media because of her transphobic attacks on Leah Thomas after tying with her for 5th place. Of course, Riley did not stop there. Nowadays, she's going on Fox News talking about how transgender is a pedophile cult.
I think the scarier thing here is there are no limits, right? We should be asking ourselves what's next. If we are willing to deny sex, okay, are we willing to deny age? Which I personally believe this is the direction that's going.
She's just such a fucking freak, and she's built her whole career on being just a hateful fucking freak bigot. I don't understand what kind of rot needs to get into a person's soul to turn them into this. It genuinely scares me.
I believe the gender ideology movement as a whole really is an attempt to normalize pedophilia across the board. And I think that's what we're seeing with this movement.
Man, you get 5th place once.
You're just gonna say that? You can just say whatever the fuck you want on news, I guess. And you can just leave your fucking iPhone alerts on. Yeah, you're like, oh, I think like there's a chance they could be pedophiles, and everyone's like, oh shit, that's crazy. We need to kill them. She wanted that far right grifter money. Yeah, it must be fucking good ass money. Way easier to sell out than be better at sports. Yeah, help, I tied for 5th place and they made me hold the 6th place trophy. I could see it going, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. She's just like writing a fan fiction about how much she hates them.
And then I guess you discover the Illuminati. Crazy how that works. Now, Riley has actually earned herself multiple SEC championship medals, which are definitely real and valid accomplishments in collegiate athletics. But to be honest, her own behavior and her own priorities have completely tarnished that very record, ironically enough. Riley Gaines is not known for her athletics, and probably never will be. She's a tool for more powerful interests, and she chose to do this to herself. And even though Riley initially said she supported Leah Thomas and her transition, she still blamed the NCAA's rules for even allowing her to be there in the first place, which is honestly the most fucking pussy shit I've ever heard in my life. Yeah, you know, she swam really hard, but if she wasn't there, then I would also be in 5th place. The rules are the problem. But of course, it didn't take her long to fold completely on the respectability politics and start calling trans people child abusers. In my opinion, part of why Riley Gaines was so quickly successful with her right-wing grift is how quickly she adapted to the tenacity and the slanderous nature of transphobic talking points online. But the funding and the PR from the Leadership Institute probably didn't hurt. If you don't know, the Leadership Institute is an organization funded by the Kochs and Morton Blackwell, a guy who definitely doesn't look like an 1800s railroad magnate. The Leadership Institute, which Morton...
Oh my god. Call me a gnome! How fucking dare you! No! No, do not clip that! Don't clip it! Don't do it! You can't! No! Stop it! No! I'm sorry. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Oh shit, the link is busted. You send it in Discord instead. I will put it there. Oh fuck. Neither a Gnoblin, Gnora, Gnelf. You're fucking right. You know me. Oh, back your title of first hater. Maybe June has always been my first and greatest hater. It's all been a big fucking plot so that she can make fun of me at will. Oh my god. Oh my god. No, call me a gnome! It's really bad. It's so bad. No! Don't! Girl has only ever seen Sherman clips. Shut up. Holy shit. Oh my god. One more. It's just one more, you know? That's fucking awesome. Oh my god. I'm gonna have to edit that into a clip or something. Oh my god.
Blackwell founded and runs, launched the Riley Gaines Center on its campus. Their website says the Riley Gaines Center will protect
I think something I want to talk about is, I'm not sure if it gets brought up in here, but there is actually evidence to suggest that it's harder to swim if you're a transgender woman than a cis woman. So the fact that she tied for 5th might actually be more impressive for the trans woman than for her. Just, I don't know, just like it starts to fall apart when we start digging away at it, at least even a little bit, and I feel like maybe that is a sign of the times.
Protect the female identity, affirm the basic biological truth that men are men and women are women, and defend freedom of speech. Sorry, that was just a really funny run-on sentence to me. Men are men, women are women, and defend free speech. The 3 genders. Get over it, liberals. He will also provide support, training, and resources to those who want to defend women's identity and uphold.
Yeah, if you're on T-blockers, for sure.
Vital truths, building a coalition of women, men, student athletes, parents, and those who have been harmed by radical transgender ideology. Initiatives include identifying,
radical
recruiting, training, mentoring, and empowering students, athletes, and parents across the country to become campus, community, and national leaders. God, it's a literal Riley Gaines factory. The Riley Gaines Center. Pumping them out on a fucking conveyor belt. I mean, is it any more obvious? Leftists don't get this shit. No leftist online is getting their talking points from a foundation named after them, owned by a billionaire, providing PR, talking points, and fucking Fox News daytime TV slots. My third important question for this video is, why Leah Thomas? Leah Thomas became a target of right-wing media for months, and still, to some degree, is. The rampant abuse and transphobia that Riley Gaines enabled and propagated with her Cry Bully tour that still goes on to this day is fucking repulsive. It's
nothing in this world motivates middle-class white suburbanites than the tears of a fucking white woman.
Gross. She felt the need to talk about seeing Leah's genitals.
In addition to losing out on opportunities to Thomas, we also had to share a locker room and change in front of this 6'4", fully intact, naked male.
Which is just public humiliation and sexual harassment, by the way. But not surprising from these fucking guys. Here's the Daily Wire calling Leah Thomas satanic.
Are some of the things they do satanic, would you say?
Yes.
Okay. Really? I'm surprised by that.
They practice these satanic things based off of the posts and based off of the content that they like on social media. It's very, very just bizarre.
Fox News also had these people on.
That's just pictures of, like, art she made. What the fuck are you talking about? Get off her Instagram. You're weird as hell. Yeah, she drew a funny drawing once. I think she's actually Satan. Yeah, I think she's a Satan. I think gender is actually Satan.
On with shirts that said women's sports matter. No, these are real fucking caring individuals, really empathetic people. And basically every conservative online thought they were the first person to think of making a joke about what if a big man was swimming against a woman? She would get fucking destroyed, no matter what. I mean, not to bring up the Trump thing again, but in one of his speeches where he mentions
no matter what, ASAB.
Riley Gaines, at least I think he's talking about Riley Gaines. I don't know if he knows who he's talking about. He was joking, but he implies that Leah Thomas swum so fast that Riley Gaines was injured.
The swimmer you know about, right? The swimmer. She's a great swimmer. Great swimmer. She's going for the world record. She looked up and down. She sees young ladies that she grew up with. They're all great swimmers. They've been from the time they were born, frankly, because that's the way it is. She looked up, she sees her friend, she looks down, then she looked to her right, and there's this huge person with a wingspan. He was built like this. She was built, I'm sorry, like this. Most perfect body. I wish I had a body like that. I would have been president 20 years ago if I had this body. It comes down like this. And you know the young lady was very seriously injured. You know that, right? Windburn! Because he went by her so fast. The wind was so great. She got a bad windburn, but she'll be okay. Now, do you think, does anybody really believe what's going on in this country?
She got wind burned. Women are just too fucking bad at sports and fragile. A man could swim next to one and they get hurt. These guys are fighting for women. They care so much about women. Lift you up by the pussy. That's his motto. Now, Riley does have...
How are people figuring out right now that he is a sex pest? How are people figuring out right now he's an evil, evil man? What is happening? What has happened? Transition gives us access to AoE spells. That's so true.
Have a particular grudge against Leah for what I think has to be a personal reason. If you look through Gaines's record, her highest place achievement in a Division I swimming competition was the race where she tied with Leah Thomas.
My story is by now well known. I was a student at University of Kentucky, where I was also a member of the women's swim team, finishing my collegiate career as a 12-time NCAA All-American, a 5-time SEC champion, still the SEC record holder in the 200 butterfly, making me one of the fastest Americans of all time.
And as many of us know, she was then given the 6th place trophy to hold during a photo op at the end. And according to Riley, her main gripe is not getting a good enough answer as to why she couldn't hold the 5th place trophy and Leah hold the 6th place trophy.
Despite tying down to the 100th with Thomas in the 200 freestyle, I was denied the trophy because the NCAA claimed it was necessary for Thomas to hold the trophy when photos were being taken.
Which, if you really think about it, is a lot like Hitler's Germany. This fucking comes across as a...
Same shit, you know? Really? Honestly, I think maybe she is oppressed. Yeah, I don't know if people have actually watched him talk or if they just like read what the propaganda machine feeds them and they're just like, yeah, he probably said that instead of like the fucking idiot shit that he says.
Parody of itself. But it does make a little more sense.
He's like an embarrassing little clown. Again, like he kind of looks like somebody squeezed a hot dog a little too much and the tip exploded. I don't understand why that guy is in charge of whether or not I can get a gendered. Why are we asking him? Why are we asking pedophile president if my gender is cool? Hi. Hello, Mr. Man. Are you here to be annoying again?
This was Riley's best time in a Division I competition. But of course, a trans woman tied for that best time. So I think she clearly felt a little outshone.
I came back my senior year, and I knew I could accomplish even more than I had my junior year. And this is when I really set a goal to become a national champion. About halfway through my senior year, I was on pace to do so. I was ranked 3rd in the country. The swimmer who was ranked 1st was a swimmer I had never heard of before. And of course, this was the first time that I became aware of a swimmer named Leah Thomas. And so, unbeknownst to me at the time, this was a male. There's a lot of head scratching going on.
And rather than being a good sport about it, which she was to every other woman she lost to, the 4 other ones, she threw a generational hateful tantrum because she feels like Leah Thomas shouldn't have been there. Again, even though she still would have gotten 5th place. She just would have been able to hold the trophy for the photo. They mailed her a 5th place trophy later, by the way. Like, they gave...
Who would she have been mad about if she had just gotten 5th place instead? Would she be talking about something else? Do you think, like, what the fuck, dude? Chill. Why do you care so much? I feel like you gotta be, like, there's gotta be an obsession. It's unhealthy.
Her one. It's not like she was robbed of anything other than a picture. It's just bad sportsmanship. I never played collegiate athletics, but I swam in high school. And I feel like this should be pretty easily condemned by every collegiate sports association across the board. I feel like the first thing they teach you in competitive sports is to be a good sport. Like, sportsmanship is enforced in a lot of professional sports like tennis. You can get punished for not being sportsmanlike. And I think that's pretty fair. I also like hockey, where they get to punch each other. That is also allowed. The fact that this is even a conversation, and in such clear bad faith, I think speaks to a deeply ingrained transphobic bias that a lot of people have, and how easy it is to otherize trans people because of that bias. I feel like people like Riley Gaines know how to gum up the system a little bit. Call the manager who doesn't really give a shit about trans people and isn't gonna die on this hill when they're getting Karen'd by some annoying ass lady. And I do think that's also part of the problem. The people who should have defended Leah Thomas should have defended her harder. There should have been more people coming to Leah Thomas's defense and shutting down Riley Gaines before she caught the momentum that she has now. And it's ultimately really ironic because trans women like Leah Thomas are disadvantaged by being on hormones. When it comes to sports, many trans women are. But transphobic propaganda doesn't exist in reality. It exists in a fucking fictional world that conservatives dictate the rules to.
Studies consistently show males have about a 10 to 12% athletic advantage over females. This gap is evident in almost every sport and at every level of competition. Yes, hormone therapy can narrow this gap, but it cannot close it. And studies consistently demonstrate that surgery and testosterone suppression do not reduce male athletic performance to normal female levels.
I want to be very clear. It is not true that trans women have an overall biological advantage in sport. That is deeply rooted in misogyny against cis women primarily, and transphobia to trans women. Maybe the fucking windburn jostle her fucking head around. She's stupid now. Leah Thomas swam fucking Mach 10 past her, still got 5th place.
This seems like cheating to allow someone with a biological advantage to compete.
You are
Exactly.
You're hooked on my shirt, baby.
I think there's,
okay, there you go.
A difference between your sex and your gender identity, and so I think that it's just been totally misconstrued and lost, in the past couple years or so. But it's, finally gotten to the point where it's being shown.
Obama invented transgenders in the 2018, right, or 2012 or whatever. Obama did it.
It's completely violating women and women's rights, especially in sports.
There is no factual evidence to support the fact that trans women have a biological advantage in sports. I'm not joking. This is a vibes-based opinion that is obviously criminally understudied, but right-wingers know that there's no data to support what they're saying, but they know that there's very limited data to counter what they're saying at the same time. But there is no reason to concede to this stupid, fake, bullshit talking point that trans women shouldn't be able to participate in women's sports like any other cis woman can. After losing to Leah Thomas, Riley Gaines retired from athletics and became a full-time podcaster. Big goddamn surprise. Her podcast is called Gaines for Girls. And trans women are not allowed to watch it. Gains for cis girls. Other than that, she does frequent Fox News guest appearances. And she made this insane website. Riley Gaines, athlete, advocate. That is impact font. That is top text, bottom text font. Also, your signature looks like shit. Riley Gaines. And now she's having a baby girl. Gains for girls, pregnant with a girl. Because God is so good. All the time. I didn't even mean to wear this shirt. This is just a fucking coincidence. Maybe it's proof that God's real. God is real, Riley Gaines. He hates you and your baby. He told me. I love treating gender just a little bit like a threat. My kid will be a girl, and if she's not, the implication of that is a little crazy to me. I mean, I guess trans women not being able to get pregnant means that they can play more sports and win all the medals. This is unfair and should be punishable by law, I think. Lock me up, officer. I just showed up to basketball. I'm dunking on Caitlin Clark, and I got no baby in me. I'm sorry, I thought we were all about efficiency now. Unfortunately, Leah Thomas is not the only trans woman that has faced this kind of harassment just for wanting to participate in sports fairly. There's an entire website dedicated to pointing out cis women that have lost to trans women, the Grifter Encyclopedia, called SheWon.com. She won.
I mean, obviously they didn't mean it like this, but if you look at it like they're gendering the trans girls correctly, yeah, she did win. I thought this was sports. I thought it was about who's the best. To learn more about the male athletes competing in women's sports, please visit hecheated.org. They cheated. A record of males who have robbed female athletes of success and opportunities in sports and the organizations who have helped to do them so. Different sports, same story. A boy pretends to be a girl. His parents conceal his sex and lie to his fellow classmates and parents. He joins a girls' athletics team and proceeds to excel, dominating the competition. Every time, I guess. Every single time. They're just too good. An adult man says he's a woman. He joins a women's team. He's immediately bombarded with praise, featured in newspaper and magazine articles, given interviews and TV spots, uplifted as a courageous pioneer in athletics, despite doing nothing more than joining a team where he doesn't belong, where he would have been criticized and ridiculed by those same media outlets and civil rights groups if he hadn't spoken the magic words, "I'm a woman." First of all, this never happened.
Yeah,
this is
like, this
hypothetical
isn't real.
because this is a fake thing. Because he said those magic words, he's suddenly a marginalized minority. I don't trust that not to be a race thing. These people are always really racist. Let's take a look at this fucking stolen record of stolen trophies and medals and lives and careers. Esports? First of all, I searched ball. It gave me the one sport with no ball. The search engine sucks. What she could have won? Gold medal. Georgia Peplau lost to a trans esports player in eFootball. Why do you need to separate esports by gender? That doesn't even make sense. And what advantage would trans people have? Trans women are just better than cis women. Cis women are just not good at
video
anything.
games.
Soccer, track and field, pickleball. Again, I looked up ball and it gave me track and field. The fuck is this website? Analysis. Number of women by sport. It won't let me click it. It's not even there. Disc golf. Roller skating? Running is over here.
Running?
Distance running
Or
is over here.
wait, what?
Skateboarding. None of these make sense.
Skateboarding?
Cycling, Irish dance, of course. Trans people are just
They're
naturally
just better
at
at
those kinds of
Irish
things.
dancing,
This is
yeah.
so pathetic. All the people who would have won if not for a trans person participating, implying that their participation makes everyone do worse? Darts? Darts. I don't know what to tell you, dude. Trans people can just throw the dart really hard. Paragliding? Come on! That's just a joke at that point. Paragliding. These people are out of their minds. This is so embarrassing. It's so embarrassing. Just stop. Just find a fucking better hobby than this.
This website is really fucking stupid, by the way. And it includes a fuck ton of sports that are not gendered at all, like frisbee golf, which transphobes are very into for some reason. Poker. Surfing, croquet. There's no cornhole. I guess because trans women aren't good at it? I don't know. Last week tonight with John Oliver actually did a really good job kicking down this website as a completely fucking bogus source. And they responded on Twitter with a 15 tweet thread. Jesus,
Holy
just screenshot
shit.
your notes app or something. I'm not reading all this.
Oh my god, this is so long, dude. How do you do this? She Won recently made an appearance on Last Week Tonight. John Oliver stuck to his tired recipe, dishonest sanctimony wrapped in a thick coating of self-deprecation.
You just
All the
already
easier
don't
to
like him.
swallow. What the fuck are you talking about, you weirdo? So you didn't like him already to begin with. You don't exactly seem like the most honest broker here. This time about male athletes in women's sports, and specifically about our organization. First, John Oliver leads his viewers to believe that content on shewon.org is directly published by random people on the internet. This is totally false. We encourage people to submit tips, and our team of volunteers reviews each entry before we publish anything, and their volunteers are definitely not random people on the internet. They're fucking certified in sports genders. John Oliver also suggests our data is stale, mentioning that it dates back to the year 2001. This is extraordinarily misleading. 97% of our data is dated no earlier than 2014. 86% is 2019 and onward. He didn't lie, though. Extraordinarily misleading. It's the truth. John Oliver attacks our org to discredit the idea that a significant number of women are displaced by male athletes in women's competitions. This is absurd because She Won does not purport to provide a comprehensive list of every woman denied a medal to male athletes. On the contrary, we are a tiny organization run by volunteers. The database we compile is most certainly the tip of the iceberg. Well, oh my god. It's exaggerated and bullshit. And they're like, oh, it's even worse than this. You don't even know how many darts tournaments trans people are
They're just
fucking
dominating
ruining. The sad
the
truth is
darts.
that no media outlet has seriously investigated the scope of this problem, and sporting organizations are more often than not hostile to providing any data about males and female competition, because it doesn't happen. They're hostile because you're weird. Oliver quibbles with our tally. One male winner displaces second, third, and fourth place women, which counts as 3 medals lost. We see no issue with this methodology. 3 medals were lost. Lost. If the
Gone
trans person
forever.
wasn't there, everyone else wouldn't magically be faster. The unfortunate truth is we're severely undercounting the number.
It's literally just about the medals. They want to literally hold medals that are shinier. That's fucking awesome. Insane.
Of affected women. Yeah, you know what? Add fucking 5-6 more medals. In a recent hearing, a high school girl recounts how she was deliberately and explicitly replaced by a male athlete on her cross-country team. Tell me again how girls and women aren't being erased? She is at the California State Assembly. She is on public television testifying to the California State assembly. She should be less visible than she is now. If you don't want to
yeah.
get removed from your cross-country team and replaced, run a little faster. I don't know what to tell you. You suck. There's another silent toll. Women who never enter the game, knowing the game's rigged, or unwilling to undress besides a naked man in the locker room. The whole point of locker rooms is to not look at everyone else, is to change your clothes and to shower. You're not supposed to be looking at other people and being like, let me make sure everyone's genitals are right. It's such an illogical thing to try to like fearmonger over, because it also implies if they look at trans women like men, then it just implies that men are inherently dangerous, which is misandry. Looks like you're a misandrist, and it looks like we're finally on the same side. What the fuck, man? Where's all the men's mental health posts about this shit? John Oliver makes an extraordinary effort to paint this issue as left versus right. He goes out of his way to frame the young advocates he's chosen to focus on as far-right conservatives. Yeah, what? Of course they are. Showing countless clips of them being interviewed on Fox News when he's not ridiculing their athletic ability. Yeah, they're really good. They're not mad because they suck. They're mad because they're transphobic. And they're not right-wing. What the fuck is this thread? Why did I read this?
You might have seen recently that...
I love her delivery so much. Just the way she says that shit is so funny to me. Eden's funny as fuck.
Riley Gaines got into a controversy with Simone Biles, and I have a lot of fucking shit to fucking say about this. It's genuinely fucking sickening how Riley Gaines got away with what initially started this. Riley Gaines found a high school with a trans softball player and publicly harassed the high school softball team. You have to be, and I'm not even joking, a criminal pervert to do stuff like this. You're going to the prison at the core of the earth. Now, Simone Biles rightfully called out what Riley Gaines was doing, saying, "You're truly sick. All of this campaigning because you lost a race. Straight up sore loser. You should be uplifting the trans community and perhaps finding a way to make sports inclusive or creating a new avenue where trans athletes feel safe in sports. Maybe a transgender category in all sports, but instead you bully them. One thing's for sure, no one in sports is safe with you around," which is completely fair and true. Her suggestions are a little all over the place, but it just goes to show that Riley Gaines doesn't actually care about finding a solution and just wants to be cruel for the sake of cruelty. Simone Biles followed up with bully someone your own size, which would unironically be a male. And you could tell this struck a nerve, not just with Riley, but with the broader conservative movement as a whole. Literally since the moment Simone Biles posted this, Riley has been shitting herself and crying about how mean Simone Biles was to her and how disappointed she is. "You need to do better," says the person who was bullying a child. She said, "This is actually so disappointing. It's not my job or the job of any woman to figure out how to include men in our spaces. Again, high school softball. You can uplift men stealing championships in women's sports with your platform. Men don't belong in women's sports, and I say that with my full chest. You are a fucking sick human being. Like, genuinely, dude." And of course, Riley Gaines also made a fucking stupid car rant in her cyber truck. It looks like shit, Riley. It's as ugly as you are. You're fucking made for each other.
I guess in an attempt to be inclusive and virtuous, decided to sell out all women and girls who have dreams to achieve and to succeed, and to specifically personally attack and body shame me.
Your jawline looks like a Cybertruck. And because this is about women's sports and, you know, how sacred it is, Riley Gaines has to pretend like she respects Simone Biles' athletic career, which if she actually did respect Simone, she wouldn't have called her a sellout to all women and girls and consistently attacked her online.
It was just, I harassed this person into silence, so I'm right, I guess.
Never the personal attacks that bothered me. It was more so just how willing and quick she was able to and willing to throw under the bus so many young girls who have dreams to achieve and succeed just like she did.
After Riley Gaines sicked her disgusting fan base on Simone Biles, she eventually caved and apologized. I wanted to follow up from my last tweets. I've always believed competitive equity and inclusivity are both essential in sports. The current system doesn't adequately balance these important principles, which often leads to frustration and heated exchanges, and it didn't help for me to get personal with Riley, which I apologize for. These are sensitive, complicated issues that I truly don't have the answers or solutions to, but I believe it starts with empathy and respect. I was not advocating for policies that compromise fairness in women's sports. My objection is to be singling out children for public scrutiny scrutiny in ways that feel personal and harmful. Individual athletes, especially kids, should never be the focus of criticism of a flawed system they have no control over. I believe sports organizations have a responsibility to come up with rules supporting inclusion while maintaining fair competition. We all want a future for sports that is fair, inclusive, and respectful. First of all, that's not even true. Riley Gaines does not want a fair, inclusive, or respectful sports. She wants to eliminate trans people from it entirely.
Nonetheless, I accept her apology. I see this truthfully as a really big win. You have this really famous public figure who is now issuing a groveling public apology.
not groveling,
and backtracks
okay.
after,
Yeah.
again, tweeting pro-trans propaganda, if
It
you will.
is,
This
yeah.
scenario would have been
It looks
unthinkable
awful.
a year, certainly 2 years ago.
Which to me, not super fair. I know a way to eliminate trans women from sports. Be better than them. Train harder, loser. 4 other cis women beat Leah Thomas, why couldn't she? It's good that Simone brought up that Riley Gaines started this by attacking a child completely unprompted. But the respectability politics and the niceties are nauseating to me when that is the catalyst. And Riley Gaines is leveraging those niceties and politeness to coerce an apology out of Simone Biles. It gives credibility
And then
to
she's
her
just gonna,
argument
like,
and allows
mock
her to
her.
look like she's taking the high road when she's been slandering trans people on national television for months.
Even taking puberty blockers before the age of 12, there are still advantages that males possess over females. And even if they didn't, it's the women's category. It's not for men. So
Shut up, Riley. You look like a thwomp from Mario. I'm not saying this is a rule, but a law of engagement with Republicans and conservatives in general, especially transphobes. Do not apologize to dishonest, bad faith bigots. Do not apologize to right-wingers. They are wrong. They don't want you to apologize to establish more clear and effective communication or a better relationship. They want you to apologize to leverage their argument and weaken your position, sometimes at the cost of kids. It's never worth it. And Riley, if you're somehow watching, you're a bad person. You're a liar, you're a fraud, and you're mean. You should be doing a fucking apology tour for the child and multiple other women you've slandered and bullied just for playing sports, just for wanting the same experience that you had and the same opportunities that you had. Playing sports because they want to, despite the environment that you contribute to that continues to make it not only hostile, but unsafe. But you're too busy reveling in an apology that you didn't deserve. But you're the good guys at the end of the day, right? So it doesn't matter what you do. It's always for the good reasons. Riley Gaines has been on a right-wing media tour for basically her entire public career. The creepy billionaire money does help with that, for sure. But she's also made herself very useful for the right, and she knows it. She's been on Tucker Carlson, of course, The Daily Wire, like fucking 17 times or something. Numerous Turning Point USA and Turning Point UK speaking events. And she was interviewed by Stephen A. Smith and Joe Rogan, among others.
insane.
Luckily for her, no one that has interviewed her is particularly bright or like a good interviewer or reporter at all. So she's managed to keep her brand afloat for now. And yeah, she's here to tell the same story and rattle the same talking points off every time.
you have your back turned, again, putting on your suit, and all of a sudden you hear a man's voice in that locker room. You turn around, you look up because he's so tall. And there's a 6'4" man undressing, taking off his women's swimsuit and putting on his street clothes.
Wow.
Again, picture it. You're in a
the fuck
swimming
up.
locker room, which there's no stalls necessarily. It's just a big open space. You're under the shower head, you're showering, and there is a 6'4" naked man standing fully naked, fully intact, watching you shower where you are simultaneously fully undressed.
I mean, even she doesn't care about her record that much. The people who report her story
Sounds like
get it
she's
wrong all the
describing a
time, and
kink
she doesn't even try
situation.
to correct them.
I remember the first time I met you, and it brought me to tears because you shared with me what it felt like not to hold a gold medal because you were in first place, but to be told that you tied. You'll have to settle for it just with that
It was
delineation.
fifth place.
On it. What happens now?
We will see. Hopefully this sets a precedent for more institutions at every single level.
Yeah, Leah Thomas won the gold medal from Riley Gaines and stole it from her and stole her house too.
Yeah,
and her
beat her
weird
up.
husband too. Riley Gaines regularly is a guest on right-wing media shows. They had her on so she could flaunt her apology from Simone.
Yeah, if you're staring at people in the locker room, you're a sexual harasser, not them. Like, keep your fucking eyes to yourself. Stop being weird. Sorry, I'm packing a bowl. She is a creep and a weirdo, and she's a loser. It's like, again, it's weird. It's weird. The transphobic mind is a weird one. You have to be obsessed with people's genitals. Yeah, I agree. And they're causing more damage overall. They're like the ones that are getting cis people pulled in like by the cops that just don't pass for women enough.
Biles, and she did this multiple times. And this is exactly why you should never even give them this opportunity. This is exactly what every right-winger would do the moment you apologize. They fucking brag about it and try to shame you even though you apologized. And remember, Simone Biles only ever came for Riley Gaines because she was bullying a high schooler. Interesting that Riley Gaines didn't get a ton of backlash for that. Or even for gloating the apology. Why would you apologize to somebody who's just gonna gloat about it? Apologizing to these people is only giving them more ammunition and more clearance to target increasingly marginalized and vulnerable people. And the only reason she has this platform at all is to distract from the real issues affecting more people than even play sports in schools at all. Even now, amid their Epstein Files scandal, the Trump administration is trying to drum up more anti-trans sentiment.
And today, the Department of Justice has filed a lawsuit against California Department of Education and the governing body for women's sports in California. We've made it very clear only women in women's sports under Title IX. An example in California, a boy who was in track and field. He would have lost every race. Yet in women's sports, he won over
just zoom in a little bit more.
medals.
Yeah.
Those medals should be returned to the women.
It couldn't be clearer that this is a distraction from the real issues affecting the country. It's so embarrassing, and it's not even working. Even right-wingers can see through this. Listen, in my opinion, all sports are made worse by dividing them into gendered leagues, rather than by athletic ability or even weight class. Abolishing any kind of division in sports would allow more people to participate, not less, and less people would get propped up in the media for beating down and bullying fellow athletes. Riley Gaines exists for one reason and one reason only. To perpetuate the idea that even the most skilled and accomplished woman is inherently weaker and less capable than even the weakest, least accomplished man. She is there to tell all women, you can't do it. There will always be someone better than you, simply because they have a weenor. I guess you should just have babies instead of doing sports, because they're full of trans people now. Riley Gaines is a selfish, manipulative grifter. And a liar. And like many other transphobic snake oil saleswomen, she's deluded herself into thinking that she's fighting a righteous war against ontologically evil trespassers. And she has no shortage of delusional backup for this ridiculous self-inflicted battle. It's really not that deep. You are not Master Chief. I am Master Chief. What's especially disturbing is how far the current administration is willing to go to use federal funding to strong-arm universities into doing things like revoking Leah Thomas's win and apologizing to Riley Gaines. And what does Riley do in response to this but immediately gloat and attack Leah, even when she's getting everything she wants? It's not even close to a stretch to say that Riley Gaines is a terrible example for young athletes and for women in general. Though what I find particularly revolting is how quickly Democratic strategists, liberals, or even supposed allies took to this exclusionary and cruel messaging from the right, even going so far as to try to blame trans people for Donald Trump's 2024 election win. I don't even know if I have enough words available to me to explain how stupid that is. Solidarity is the only way forward if you care about people at all. And leaving behind trans people, especially only to make room for cynical, compromised agents of right-wing influence, is a surefire way to sabotage any kind of future progress. Riley wants to be the new generation's Anita Bryant, but for trans people, which is seemingly a fucking cheat code to right-wing influence. Anita Bryant also believed she was fighting a spiritual war for the children of this country and the sanctity of gender, but is now widely remembered as a bitter, hateful, ineffective, washed-up celebrity. And Riley's gonna get that same treatment long after she's gone too. As much as I know that right-wing media is not gonna willingly let this issue go, I think it will increasingly be an ineffective wedge issue, and the results will speak for themselves. But I don't know, we'll see. Fuck you, Riley Gaines. Thank you so much for watching this video. I hope you enjoyed it. Please click the like button or subscribe to see more videos like this. You can also click the notification bell and all notifications. You'll see my videos, all of them. Make sure to follow all my socials down below and subscribe to my second channel where I post little side quest videos and highlights from stream. And I will see you in the next video. Bye.
Bye, Eden. Alright, I'm gonna throw on some music and take a quick break because I need to take a bio break. Everybody grab some water and
Stay hydrated.
Stay hydrated. Or dihydrate. I'll be back. Hello again, my loves. I am back. Hi. Ag is joining me. We're gonna talk about an opinion piece that I found. Rather, I don't know if opinion piece is the right
Everything
thing.
written on the internet's an opinion.
I wanted Ag's opinion on this piece. How about that? I'm gonna take a little bit of water real quick. Alright. Hello, Merlin. You're being so cute. Alright. If AI is so good at coding, where are the open source contributions? You can hardly go online these days without hearing some AI booster talk about how AI coding is going to replace human programmers. AI code is absolutely up to production quality. Also, you're all fired. But if AI is so obviously superior, show us the code. Where's the receipts? Let's say, where's the open source code contributions using AI? This week's AI coding hype came courtesy of Satya Nadella, CEO of Microsoft, and Mark Zuckerberg, CEO of Facebook, furiously talking up AI programming. The headlines say that 30% of code at Microsoft was AI now. Huge if true. Of course, Nadella didn't quite say that. What he actually said was, maybe 20 to 30% of the code that is inside of our repos today and some of our projects are probably all written by AI software.
Wanna pause it? It just says all written by software.
Oh, okay, just software, not AI software.
That would include the implication. This is like super vague and wishy-washy.
Right.
There are code generation tools that are software writing code.
Yeah.
So the CEO really needs to differentiate between something written by quote-unquote AI and something just generated by these tools.
Yeah.
For this claim.
Moss quiet.
Oh yeah, it's because I'm like way the fuck over here.
Is that better?
Yeah, are we better?
That's
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Sitting on the ground now.
Right. Maybe 20 to 30% in some projects, at least 3 or 4, who knows? Written by software, lots of projects use code generators. Probably, he's not sure either. This is a good example of CEO weasel wording, where you make a very hedged claim that's barely claiming anything. Then you let your media cheerleaders misrepresent your very particular claim for you. You didn't lie. Nadella would have asked his staff for something, anything he could say to pump AI coding with, and that's the best claim they could find that wasn't technically a lie. Mark Zuckerberg said on Dwarkash Patel's podcast, talking specifically about engineering at the Llama LLM project, not anything else at Facebook or Meta, I would guess that sometime in the next 12 to 18 months we'll reach the point where most of the code that's going towards these efforts is written by AI, and I don't mean autocomplete. Near field mic moment.
Yeah.
Are just so heavily steeped in expression and AI is incapable of expressing anything. Yeah, absolutely. It's just repetition. It's it's content without any substance.
This is where Baudrillard's hyperreality and simulacra are incredibly important tools for engaging. Did you want me to speak during this pause, or?
Oh, you can if you want. I was just looking for the next place they start up.
Okay. You find that while I give like a little bit in piece. So one of the things, like, the article obviously talked about the weasel wording. This happens all the time in in software development as far as a when software is being developed as part of a business plan or a business prospect, it is extremely common for features and the development process, all of these different things to be just hyped up to be what they're not really. And it's, in a large sense, causing people to think that computers are more complex than they already are, which, like, you don't need to do that. Computers are already pretty complex on their own at times. And there's the call out to autocomplete in this bit, I think is incredibly important as well. So during my day job, I use Visual Studio Code, which has like integrations with Copilot. I don't try to use them. I have turned them off where I can. I've seen my coworkers use them, and quite honestly, it's a statistical engine. It predicts what you're going to write next. There's a lot of cases where code will have similar patterns and stuff like that. And that's all well and dandy, but the claim is that it's not autocomplete. It's just wholesale generated by these language models. And it is language models. I don't see anything else, because at some point you're going to need to be able to translate human business requirements into software, and that requires some sort of interaction with humans. And artificial intelligences, as deemed by like contemporary capitalist society, are not socialized.
Right, absolutely.
Like, they do not have social concepts and understandings. They do not seem to exhibit
it's an
all sorts of.
algorithm.
It's a Bayesian like engine is the way I like to describe it. Like, it's Bayesian statistics, if I understand correctly.
Yeah.
And like, just treat it like what it is. It's a statistical engine that guesses what's going to come next.
Yeah.
And that's what it is, a guess. But you don't pay an engineer to guess. You pay an engineer to engineer. So that's really all I have on that. Also, 18 months. 18 months is a crazy short period of time. Like, the turnaround for like a lot of things is pretty large in enterprise software, at least. And so saying 18 months means that basically the claim of you will all be out of a job is being made here as well.
Yeah.
Which was already claimed, but now we're seeing it being doubled down on. So.
Yeah. Yeah, Patel's YouTube headline was AI will write most metacode in 18 months, which is all scare tactics. Let's assume the boosters are right. And AI coding is so good now that it really will substantially take over the job of programming on live Facebook code that makes money and live Microsoft code that makes money. So why don't we see it in places we can actually check? Open source code is developed out in the open. You can see all the code. You can see every individual change. You can read the project discussions. Some of the best minds in programming work in open source. If AI coding really is just better, they'd be using it and recommending it. We should see AI coding all through open source. It's the one place we won't have to rely on some AI booster saying, our great AI code is proprietary, but trust me, bro. Ben Evans, currently at Red Hat, is a Java programmer. He's written several popular books on Java. Ben asked the obvious question, where are all the pull requests? Share some AI-derived pull requests that deal with non-obvious corner cases or non-trivial bugs from mature F/OSS projects. I'll also accept high-quality documentation that isn't just the sort of wasted space and slop that I always tell juniors not to write. No talk, no rhetoric. I won't respond to any comment that doesn't have a link to an accepted and merged PR that was produced by an AI model.
I want to speak to what a pull request is real quick.
Yeah.
For anyone who's not familiar with like version control and things like that, a pull request is basically a list of changes that you're making to software, and usually why, as well as like testing procedures and discussion and documentation that is around the changes. So if you see PR or pull request or merge request, just think of the list of changes you're making, and that's what it is.
Yeah. The closest response over on lobsters was one contribution to the Rails project in 2023, and that needed work before it was up to scratch. It wasn't a response to Ben, but there's also one experiment with AI coding in the Servo web browser project. That went through 113 revisions before it was acceptable. The first version included sloppy errors, like a check condition being the wrong way around. Excuse me. The general comments that Ben received were that experienced developers can use AI for coding with positive results because they already know what they're doing. But AI coding gives awful results when it's used by an inexperienced developer, which is what we knew already. They're good at syntax but not substance. That makes sense. Because they can just regurgitate.
Yeah.
So they can regurgitate syntax, but substance, it would struggle to create anything with it that it can actually do.
And that's absolutely like a key thing that software mentorship is important for when you're training actual devs. So, for example, in my day job, which I just got home from like an hour ago, I mentor co-ops from a local college, and a lot of the time we have to do these sorts of revisions where I go over and say, okay, well, this condition's wrong, this condition's off by one.
Right.
The reason why you don't want to do it this way is because insert broader reason here. And a lot of the time, this is the sort of thing that is actually what an engineer is for. Not just doing the tippity-tappity typing, not just for turning words into code, but turning ideas and concepts and finding the ways in which that they need to be integrated within the rest of the project in order to make sure that everything continues working. Because in a lot of cases, this sort of stuff is very complex. I work on a piece of network management software, and that piece of software, while on the surface, is very simple. You just point and click and someone has internet.
Mhm.
Under the surface, there is literally like hundreds of thousands of lines of code that we've written that all go to support this. And if
Right.
one thing breaks, then that has like implications across the board. Let's see. I don't have any thoughts on this, but I do have a couple strong ones, or at least an exasperated rant from dealing with pull requests from a Copilot user or coworker.
Ooh.
Yeah, so one of the subject matter experts at my day job is using artificial intelligence to using ChatGPT to get answers, and that is fine. There have been times where ChatGPT has lied, and there are also times where ChatGPT might be breaking inadvertently, revealing secrets. And
You can hop in a call and detail that? Yeah, if you want to, I'd be up for that.
Sounds good. And it's really frustrating to deal with both his responses to problems now that he's started doing this, as well as the sort of merge requests that we do get from him, where not only is he not a programmer, so that's a problem on the surface, but in addition, he is taking things wholesale that don't really make sense, that might not even work in the language, or are just the opposite of what he expects. And it's made it really hard to deal with engaging with him, because not only do you have all the frustrations of working with a typical coworker, but now on top of that, you also have the frustration of dealing with a coworker who their response to, "Do you know this?" is, "I don't know, let me ask ChatGPT." So,
ugh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's June.
We have a guest.
Awa, there. Does that
Yeah,
come through okay?
actually, point on the asking ChatGPT about things. I remember a concrete instance of this, actually, where a coworker posted a message in Slack. I don't know if it's one that I'm in anymore. And he was like, "Oh yeah, ChatGPT is amazing. Like, look, it helped me figure out why this code wasn't working. And, he was like, why is this thing returning true and not false in my Ruby code? Or like false and not true, whatever. It was returning one thing instead of what it was supposed to.
Right.
And the answer ChatGPT gave was something along the lines of like, oh yeah, like the value wants to be true, but the fact that you're missing an ampersand here makes it false. And I took one look at that and I was like, if you know more than like literally 5 minutes of Googling about Ruby, it did stumble into the right answer, but the right answer is that the ampersand is like syntactically important in a way that is completely unrelated to what the answer said. It's like the ampersand doesn't just cause the thing to like no longer be forced to be false or whatever it said. It's like it changes the meaning of the thing you wrote in an entirely different way.
Oh wow, yeah.
And it was very frustrating to see like someone be like, oh, look at how amazing this tool is. And it's like it fed you a lie that you wanted to hear. Like you learned nothing from this.
Yeah.
You got negative learning. That's like a huge problem because suddenly someone picked up a habit or picked up a piece of knowledge and it's not going to work for the reasons that they think it is. And so they go to apply it somewhere else and now they're even more confused than they were in the first place. And because those events are so distant, it's hard to be able to tell them like, well, maybe this is what happened. Because you've probably also forgotten that they had this issue.
Yeah, no, the thing that it missed was like an important bit of like the core syntax of Ruby. And like not understanding that is going to cause a lot of problems because that's something that comes up pretty frequently. And even beyond syntax, and I think this is where it really starts to break down. A lot of the stuff I see people ranting and raving about the benefits of AI for is like JavaScript, where things are loose and unstructured and there's a lot of things that fly. I work with a lot of Rust code bases, and every time I have had to review a pull request created with AI, it is like it almost feels like a denial of service attack, which does actually like reminds me of another interesting point that I can drop in DMs. But it'll be like pages and pages of changes and just like so many added lines because they don't have to think about like the cost of like spending the time to write that. And the downside of that is that like a lot of the time I was too tired to like I don't get paid enough to do that, to review that. That's way too much. And what it ended up doing was like all of the stuff was like horribly unidiomatic. Like it understands the structure of the language and how to like vaguely represent a problem and or a solution with it, or how to extrapolate a pattern in the code to other areas. But it often doesn't recognize how to leverage like the quote unquote preferred way to do things in a language, or the idiomatic way, because I think for the same reason that like AI generated images are not cultured, it doesn't recognize what convention is.
Right.
And for a language like Rust, where there's a bunch of different ways to do things, and some of them are good and some of them are not, it results in a lot of really bad code with a lot of very weird conventions. Like it would generate functions to do like a basic task that there's like a built-in method for. And it's like, this is like so not useful to the code base. And at some point I finally like got a ticket to just sit down and undo all of that. And like, I think I removed like several hundred to like 1,000 lines of code by just, instead of letting it like extrapolate patterns, just collapsing it down to like better structured code. And it's, yeah, it was very frustrating having to deal with that, because it's like, you're not learning anything about the language and you're not creating software that is going to be maintainable in any sense by doing this.
Right, that makes sense. Well, I'm glad that I'm glad we have that like perspective. Alright, Lux, we're just so you know, we're live on stream and we're talking about a specific topic.
Hello. I was just gonna come ask if you want to harass my friend's abusive partner later.
Oh, what?
My friend is finally breaking up with their partner. I was asking if you wanted to go annoy them with me. Like later, I mean.
Annoy someone's partner?
I'll give context later, okay?
Okay.
Also, hi everyone on stream, and hi June.
Okay. Alright.
You were
yeah
right here.
Yes.
No one can see my finger on your screen, so.
Some replies to Ben's question, sending the pull requests, complain that the question sets an unfairly high bar. Non-obvious corner cases or non-trivial bugs in mature projects. I don't buy that. If all these big companies are shouting from the rooftops that AI is up to production code the money relies on, then zero open source contributions of substance is a glaring absence. Some projects give the bots a serious tryout. The Cockpit project tested GitHub Copilot and Sorcery AI's ability to do bot reviews of human-submitted pull requests. It didn't work very well. TLDR, a lot of noise, a lot of bad advice, and not enough signal, so we switched it off again. Half of the AI reviews were noise, a quarter bike shedding. The bots gave a lot of nitpick suggestions, or ones that were unfounded or even damaging to the codebase. They simply weren't helpful. It's true that a lot of open source projects really hate AI code. There's several objections, but the biggest one is that users who don't understand their own lack of competence spam the projects with time-wasting AI garbage. The curl project banned AI-generated security reports because they were getting flooded with automated AI-generated bug bounty requests. More broadly, the very hardest problem in open source is not code, it's people, how to work with others. Some AI users just don't understand the level they simply aren't working at. One user of the LLVM compiler complained that his AI-generated pull requests were not being taken seriously by a compiler project where correct computer science and knowing precisely what the heck you're doing is quite important. The user considered it was the unpaid volunteer coder's job to take his AI submission seriously. He even filed a code of conduct complaint with the project against the developers. This was not upheld. So he proclaimed the project corrupt. This is an actual comment that this user left on another project. As a non-programmer, I have zero understanding of the code and the analysis and fully rely on AI, and even reviewed that AI analysis with a different AI to get the best possible solution, which was not good enough in this case. You can see why people don't really want to deal with this sort of contribution, but maybe we'll get a flood of obviously excellent AI code and AI code submitters next year. So
LLVM is a deranged code base, but if you can't understand that code yourself, then yeah, you should absolutely not be contributing to it.
Yep. So don't use AI to code or at all, I think, is maybe the conclusion again.
There are valid uses for artificial intelligence or AI, even as it contemporarily is. This is not one of them.
Yeah, I don't pay for Copilot because it's by no means worth it. My company gave me a Copilot license at one point, and I think the only time I used it was I had to just slog through an entire code base that I'd written in one go and document everything. And it was a lot of like, these things just kind of describe themselves and I just need to put a comment there so that it renders correctly.
Okay.
And, you know, even then I had to like catch it doing stupid things and fix it to make it like more correct. Every other time that the extension was enabled, it was just kind of like getting in my way and making annoying suggestions.
Yeah, that seems kind of like what the average experience is for most AI assistant software. Just really annoying and kind of gets in the way.
Yeah, it was very frustrating, and I feel like it speaks maybe a bit about the mentality behind this as well. It's the only extension I have ever installed in my editor that turned on that kind of aggressive autocomplete by default.
Ooh.
Like all of the other stuff I use, like I have to manually configure it to like, give me lists of completions as I type.
Right.
Copilot is just like the moment it's installed, it's automatically like sending requests to GitHub to like try to complete the rest of the line for you or whatever. And it's like
Yeah.
this is so like annoyingly pushy for probably several bad reasons. And I have to like put in the work to turn it off.
Yeah, that's annoying. I have had the good fortune to not be working in code software right now, but I can only imagine it's gotten at least 100 times more annoying than it was when I was using it last.
Yeah. There's also just the current like wave of enthusiasm for deep reinforcement learning networks has kind of like had a problem of like people not really knowing what's going on from the start. I don't know how it is now, but I know like several years ago, like the research field was just full of like people saying whatever to get a paper.
Yeah.
There was a lot of cargo culting where it's like, oh, like these numbers worked, so like everybody just copies that and like tweaks them to try to get like a slightly better result so they can get published.
Yeah.
And it just results in a lot of like things work because they work and we don't really know why, but we got published because it works. Which is, I think we are seeing that the like we don't understand why AI can think the way it does problem is not unsolvable. It just remained unsolved for so long because that's a problem that requires actual like comprehensive research and not just twiddling numbers until you get a better graph.
Right.
And I think that mentality to that as well has like attracted a lot of people that like it's attracted like the boot camp types, the entrepreneur types, the people that are like, I'm gonna make the Uber of X. And they show up with their language model and they don't know what they're doing and they want your help. And it is so exhausting to deal with. I don't think I can speak more specifically on that, but
fair enough.
It's something that I have had a lot of recent experience with where it's like, did you guys just kind of like it feels like you guys came up with this idea and are now desperately trying to find a way to make it work because you didn't do any research into what the thing you said means.
Yeah.
Other than it says AI.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems that's been my observation, is it's just been getting put into everything because we put a lot of money into it, so we'd better have a use.
It's kind of astonishing, really, that like
ultimate in
the middle of this
vaporware.
in the middle of this whole wave of venture capitalists and all of the like other investors like starting to like what's the phrase? Starting to zero in on like the whole blitz scaling things where companies like were like, oh, we'll figure out how to make money later. Like they're finally like the figure of speech is eluding me. But it's like, yeah, they're finally cracking down on that. But then at the same time, it's like they are doing the exact same thing, but for companies that mention AI instead of, whatever blitzscaling startup strategy they're using. And it's like, were we not just here?
Yeah.
Did this not just happen? Like, what do you think this is? How do you think this is going to go?
Yeah, I totally get that. It's there's so much like fucking ghost money flying around in venture capitalism for like technology. developing technology and then trying to find a use for it later because it's so profitable. And then it definitely helps feed into scam economy, because if you can trick people into thinking that your technology magic is real, then you can get all of the money in their pocket before they realize that they bought nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you know, I appreciate your perspective on this, both of you, for sure. It's not something that I have had direct exposure to, at least with the coding, with the AI. But I understand that, like, at least all of the people I have talked to have said it is a terrible tool for that purpose. And shouldn't be used for that.
No, not at all.
Or, like, you shouldn't at least be taking it, like, without a grain of salt.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
And kind of to speak to this,
Mhm.
early on, before like this AI craze, this is back in like 2015. At that time, you were able to like take some of these models and do like some sort of image generation.
Right.
And at this time, they were infamous for being like kind of grotesque and like very strange.
Yeah, I liked the weird, like, doughy generations
Yeah.
it was making.
So-
they were, like, kind of dreamy.
And I mentioned before that there are like use cases for AI, even in its contemporary form. One of them being like disability access. One of them being like you can get interesting special effects. Having done this, you can get like interesting special effects. Sometimes that you could achieve through a plugin, but in other times it would be very difficult to replicate it, at least especially with the software at the time.
Right.
I worked on my friend's thesis where I did special effects, and what we did couldn't really have been done with like any existing tool, where we took each frame of the film and had an effect applied to the next frame of the film where it would mix the actual like next frame and a predictive next frame. And it
Okay.
constructed this really surreal effect, which was, if you ever want to find out what like hallucinations look like, depending on what they are, it was to replicate like an LSD hallucination, and apparently
Okay.
it was pretty accurate. And like that is some of the underlying technology of like deep learning and image recognition and image manipulation that is used already, just at an earlier state. And so like this and
Is this that short film that you can't show?
I actually I can. I asked my friend.
Awesome.
I'll have to see if I can get it on my
wanna
old
see it
Google
for
Drive.
sure.
It's like it's a 20-minute it's a 20-minute short film where it's the same sequence multiple times,
Okay.
with a variety of things going on to make a really weird point. It's like this kind of almost Dadaist piece.
Yeah, sure. Sounds fun.
So back to my original bit, there are use cases for this. They're not going to be the sort of things that are going to be advertised because they don't make money. The big thing right now is to take an existing technology, like you said you couldn't speak to this, June, but I can, because the NDA doesn't exist anymore. It's not legal. I was at one point working on a coffee roasting project where we would shoot laser beams at coffee in order to cook it.
Okay.
And that was really cool. And I knew that the project was going to end up in trouble because the guy who was funding it and contracting me, unofficially contracting me, he was like, "Oh, hey, and I heard about this new AI thing. Could you like add AI to this?" And I was like, "How?" Why? What is this? What
it
are
in
we
there.
doing? Just put it in there.
Put the
He's
AI
like, oh,
in the machine. Put
he's-
it in the robot.
He's like, oh, don't you need to know where like the like the cooler areas are, and like, can't you predict those? I'm like, yeah, we can just use regular old statistics and math, and a infrared camera. What do you want from me?
Yeah, it's like doing that with machine learning is like not necessarily going to be that much better, if
Right.
better at all, than statistical regression fitting, and it's gonna take a lot of time and a lot of compute power.
Yeah, way more than it would take to do any sort of regression. So, like, I'm not worried about this. I'm more worried about the ways in which this is being wielded as a tool against the working class.
Okay.
Mhm. I would argue that tool maybe isn't even the operative word there. It's being offered more as like a replacement for, I guess, just labor in general.
Yeah, I mean,
It's like
a tool of
AI
power.
image. Yeah. That makes sense.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct. It is a drop-in solution. Here is your labor. Your
Drag and drop in solution, maybe even.
Yeah, drag and drop labor. Have fun.
Yeah, 'cause there have been like some really useful machine learning image tools, like the fact that you don't need a green screen to do chroma keying anymore. Like, it's not as good, but like the fact that that works at all is incredible. Like that's a huge jump in computer vision, that your computer can just do that on its own.
Yeah.
But like, then so much of it just goes to like, hey, what if we just replace the artist?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I have actually, it's been a long while because the use cases just kind of like moved on from like what I wanted.
Right.
At one point I did use a small like machine learning model that ran on my computer to just suggest what the rest of a line of code should be. And it was only ever helpful in cases where it's kind of dead obvious, which is really the only time that I ever need that kind of help. Is just, like, I already know what I'm going to be typing for the next 30 lines. It's pretty obvious how to continue the pattern. I just don't want to get RSI. But like everything is becoming so focused on just asking the computer to like complete the ticket entirely for you that like it's been hard to find anything that like is useful as a tool like that anymore.
Yeah. Well, I have my fingers crossed that we will end up in less of a hellscape of technology sometime soon.
Yeah, I think a lot of the like eddies and microcosms of this trend are fairly indicative of like how much the interest in it is propped up.
Yeah.
Like the company behind that like AI generated Minecraft thing was like, oh, this is gonna be like the future of entertainment. It's like interactive video generated by AI on the fly.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like
this Minecraft one is just the
it to
beginning.
me.
It's gonna take off, and I was like, no, it's not. Like, it's fun as a novelty once to be like Minecraft if you had a lobotomy. But like, how many times are you gonna do that before like it just isn't interesting anymore? And that's kind of exactly what happened, where it's like once they stopped propping it up and once the hype of like, wow, isn't this weird, like died out, like I don't really hear much mention of it anymore.
Yeah. No, that's super fair.
And it's like, the funniest part of that to me as well is like that was like a huge project that they like created like dedicated circuits just to like be able to generate that stuff, which like must have been huge R&D cost and a huge investment, and it just kind of goes nowhere. And I think that says a lot about like where the whole thing is going.
Fair enough.
So yeah, fingers crossed that the rest of it kind of goes the same way.
Alright. I think, friends, I've been live for 5 hours, and I need... like, apparently to get stick bugged. Damn. I got owned. I'm gonna send y'all somewhere. I will be back in just a couple days with more to talk about. As for now, see who's live. Who do I follow that's live? Oh, I'm just gonna send you into Wonder. She's live. She's on her partner push. Alright, I'll see you all. Have a great rest of your night. I love you all. Bye.